Welcome back to the Death Needs Dialogue Entertainment Network. This is the Depths of Fel'Than, Episode 13, Three Elves Walk into a Bar. Zrig was another one of my very favorite characters, especially when Lashana came back and rematerialized in his mouth. What the fuck? It's beautiful.
Okay, I just didn't. I was wearing. My character was wearing a. Basically, it was an artifact ring, and I got incinerated by a phoenix-like creature.
Yeah.
And Zurg tried to steal the ring, but he didn't have anywhere to hide it, so he put it in his mouth. And so I rematerialized finger in his mouth because that's where the ring had been when it basically brought me back. So yeah.
God.
I think she bit you once you were here.
One of these dice fell into the couch.
Just now?
So the D10 fell.
Oh.
D10 fell into the couch. Yep, so that's
You
good.
do you want something to scoop it out?
Or a pretty
I
kitty.
have no idea how deep it went.
That is a bow tie. You have a bow
I'll
tie.
get it for you.
The kitty cat has a bow tie.
She does have a bow tie.
I don't fight fair. I am too small and individually weak to be able to fight somebody fair. I haven't done anything to make myself physically impressive. So I have to fight dirty if I have to fight.
That's why I like Joey Coco Diaz's answer to that. Like, oh yeah, so if you get into a fight, is it the Brooklyn that comes into you, the out of you, the jiu-jitsu, or he's like, no, the gun, bitch. Holy fuck! I'm 68. What the fuck do you think I'm gonna do?
That's great.
So have we added anybody to the Patreon, or do we still have the one guy?
Still, Neil is our sole and most wonderful patron of currently. Yeah.
Are we recording?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Neil. Thank you, Neil.
Thank you, Neil.
All right, everybody. At last you guys were headed back from shaft number 3. Beaten, bruised. Tanith had an incredible scar upon his neck, and Frank had about 60% less hair on his face and head.
I'm
Forgot
not
about this, but
apologizing.
You guys are headed back to the Manse of Gretsch. It takes about an hour to walk from shaft number 3 to the Manse of Gretsch, but when you guys get there, that's right, going back, you guys are going to take care of this ahead of time. So I think we talked about it last time that it would have happened before the crew of dwarves had come about.
Yeah.
And I think that's what the decision was. So
Yeah,
you guys have come back and continued your downtime activities. So we won't.
We lost a whole group of people.
Yeah, we lost like all the.
We went
dwarves.
down with them and they were gone.
The humans and dwarves that were there first.
Yeah.
They went down. Were sent down to that part of the mine, and nobody's heard from them since.
Okay.
So you guys return to the manse with more questions about where are the dwarves and the men that you guys traveled here with from Delron. Now in the manse, if you guys go into the manse, you would notice nothing much has changed. It's still brightly colored and decorated for Caldera. There is cooking going on in the kitchen, and you guys can see several dragonborn. The ones that I showed the picture of, the not Tanith-looking dragonborn, except the one in the kitchen, the chef. She's a Tanith-looking dragonborn. Big snout, claws coming out everywhere, clawed feet, tail. But the other ones have no tails, stunted face, more of a rounded salamander look than anything. Big eyes.
She want belly rubs.
Mm-hmm.
I would not rub that dragonborn's belly.
That's great.
That is how you end up losing your fingers
Or getting
and your arm.
For me.
So you guys are... What was your health at? You guys were all a little bit down low, maybe?
I actually didn't take any
You
damage.
didn't take any damage. Okay.
I had healed up fully, but I was out of spells.
Okay, so you're tired then.
Yeah.
You are definitely feeling.
We decided to take a rest, didn't we?
Yeah, you guys
Then
are going to head back and take a short rest. I
Yeah.
suppose the walk there, it's not of an exhausting walk. Your short rest would have happened on that walk, but you guys say take whatever hit dice you want to, and you guys arrive back at the manse.
Short rest. Pull my spell slots back.
So you guys are there at the manse. I believe Ornell came back with Tanith after the drinking episode.
Ornell's the very, very well dressed one.
No, Ornell's, yes, the dwarf that's now very well dressed, but his clothes do smell like a rancid beer.
Okay. Then yes, that is definitely the one that Tanith came back with.
Yeah.
It's fermenting heather ale.
That's something.
You guys are in the manse. The floor is covered with carpets. It's soft. You can see that Dermot is not there. Ravum decides that he is tired and goes upstairs and takes a rest. Ornell happens to be there eating a few bits of food. Finishing up at the same time you guys come in, and he sees Tanith. Him and Tanith begin to speak, and Ornell kind of motions towards his neck, and he's got this grievous wound. You can see the underparts of the scales. It's just this bare skin that's underneath the scales. All the scales around have been torn off and ripped away. And he points up to Tanith and he says, "Yeah, they're all with you right now."
No, were they with us? Sorry, down in the mine.
They were, yes.
Why did
But
you heal
Ornell
them?
wasn't.
Oh,
And
right.
he did get healed, but the wound, he rolled a 5 or 6% on the wound, and if you roll a poor percentage on the wound, you're left with a grievous scar, depending upon how bad the percentage was.
And how bad the initial wound was. He
Yeah.
almost got his head ripped off.
And generally, a crit is going to be a definite roll on it, unless it's like some massive damage, which, well, you never know what can happen.
Earilon tried to look at Tanith's wound, just kind of inspecting it to see how bad it was and whether it would recover with a medicine check of 8. So, that's...
You're going to have to roll persuasion,
Yeah, persuasion.
because I'm
Because it's Tanith.
required
Oh, right.
to play Tanith as I've been playing Tanith.
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
Which is persuasion of 23.
3. Tanith.
Probably just making sure the scar's going to look cool instead of making sure it's going to making sure
Tanith
it's not
or
a
no?
detriment. Tanith, I think, was the one that was really badly hurt.
Probably would have been on the way.
So you approach Tanith. Tanith doesn't say much. He just kind of holds his hand up and looks at you with squinted eyes, and then Ornell is there beside him and he says, "What do you think you're doing? He knows how to fix things like that, Tanith." And his hand slowly drops to his side, and he looks to the ceiling.
Earilon just kind of gets to Tanith's side and looks at his neck and kind of lightly pushes his chin up just a tad so he can see the scales.
You hear a slow growl escape from his throat. You can see his voice box just rumble underneath.
So Earilon kind of tilts his head away for a moment, but he says, "Yeah, that's not going to heal easily. I'd say you should get somebody else to look at that. That seems like much more deep damage than I can fix, but it's at least healed, so you're not going to die."
Ornell then says, "Hey, he's right. You should come with me. We'll head back up. The crew can fix this for you." And then Tanith looks back at Ornell with a inquisitive look, and Ornell just kind of waves him off, and they leave.
Right on.
The door shuts hard behind them. You could hear just a smidgen of something about an elf from Tanith. You're not quite sure. It's just at a earshot. Earilon.
First he grabs me by the neck and puts me up against a wall for merely trying to wake him up, and now this. Figure out there's so much time on the road, he'd at least learn to appreciate my presence, but can't please them all. Earilon's just going to go and kind of sit cross-legged in one of the corners of the main room of the manse, kind of his corner. And he lets out a little sigh with crossed arms. Those dwarves. Hope they're all right. We just don't have enough. We don't have enough people to help them at the moment. If there's more of those ant creatures, I don't think we'd fare well.
Geillis is off in a corner, just like
You
staring
guys
at
are-
something.
So the door to the kitchen swings open, and 2 or 3 servants come out, the Dragonborn dressed in livery, and they hand out bowls of soup.
Earilon's eating just some of his carrots, raw vegetables at the moment.
It's
Geillis swipes his bowl.
it's great. It's great soup. It's almost on par with Nani again, like she's actually here.
Nice.
But it's kind of thin. Not as hearty as the last stew was, but it's here and it's definitely food. And they bring out more than one bowl, like 7 or 8, almost 10 bowls, and they put them on the table and they kind of look around at all you guys. There's only 3 of you here, and they look back at each other and inquisitively, and then move back into the kitchen.
Earilon's just eating his own stock of like little raw vegetables, so he's just not partaking because he knows that it's made with meat.
Are you sure?
He that's what he assumes immediately.
I'm not even looking at that soup.
Yeah, no.
So there's lots of soup that smells great.
I'm not looking at it either. It's just going in.
There you go.
I mean,
Yeah.
All right, so they've all put on a coffee table kind of by the fire. There's 2 or 3 chairs hanging around. Earilon's off in the corner, hanging out, eating his root vegetables. And you guys eat the soup, and it's quite delicious. You would find out there's no meat. It seems to be a vegetable-based soup, which I did make up my mind beforehand.
And
You
he's
guys
just worried it's contaminated with the essence of meat.
So why don't you eat anything that they make here?
Well, they usually cook meat. I don't partake in animal consumption.
Edible consumption?
Animal consumption.
I thought you said edible. I'm like, you don't like to eat edible things.
Rocks and stones for me.
Is that an elf thing?
No, it's a Brynhilda thing. My patron.
I'm from the grasslands of Grindhill.
His specific tradition, he's from definitely a sect of Brynhilda's followers.
Okay.
Yeah, and
The
they
vegan sect.
think like Christian versus Catholic. I'm like the Catholic when it comes to Brynhilda. A little bit more strict.
Okay, yeah, I'm the Baptist of
A little
Grindhill.
bit more strict. A little bit more strict into the word.
Gotcha.
And,
So-
This session brought to you by the Catholic Church.
Cereza, roll insight.
Oh, God.
Actually, roll knowledge religion.
That's not funny. But it is.
Religion, that is a 15.
15. So it does kind of strike you quite a little odd for somebody following Brynhilda not to partake in all the worldly
That was a good
pleasures
time.
of what Brynhilda can make. Now you know firsthand that followers of Brynhilda often eat meat. They often hunt, and they eat as well vegetables and other things, but he does not.
They don't overhunt. They only take what they need, but
That's
to not partake in it at all is
I think she's calling you weird.
strange.
I remember a specific sect near the Cold Snap Falls. Brynhilda is much about the cycle of life and preserving the balance. However, because of the lack of balance, a lot of my people from where I came.
Geillis in the corner just
Slurping the
Yeah.
shit out of that soup.
you
Earilon
don't care.
raises a brow and looks over to Geillis as she's slurping the soup.
Roll perception, Geillis. Disadvantage, please.
She doesn't notice. She's no.
Someone's hungry.
Oh well, it's a 14, so
Yeah, you
Yes.
kind of notice him looking. His eye cocked a little
she
bit.
doesn't care, but she
Yeah.
notices.
So Earilon notices that and he kind of pauses mid-speech and he looks back to Cereza and he says, "We just as I was saying, the balance is very important. He looks over to Geillis again. He looks back. But the others who don't follow in Grenhelda's teachings, who do hunt for their people and slaughter the meat and slaughter the cows and what have you for meat, they tend to overpluck what's already given to them by the land. So we aim to balance that out. However, in certain cases, Nani, for example, has made me question everything that I've ever known.
Cereza just sort of nods, taking it in, doesn't really know what to say about it. So, you don't eat meat.
Correct.
Well, takes a sip of the soup, much quieter than Geillis is. I don't think this has any meat in it. It seems like it's just vegetables.
There's no meat in that?
Not that I can tell.
It's just really good.
I can tell.
I would go and ask the cook, but she scares me.
Well, she doesn't scare me, and I can speak Draconic, so Earilon gets up onto his feet.
I look at him wide-eyed and just shake my head.
It's muttered under my breath, your funeral.
Earilon, he pokes his head in, doesn't like all the way in, he just pokes his head in, and in Draconic he says, is there meat in the soup?
The large wooden spoon from the holster on her side pulls out and spins towards you, and she says in Draconic, I've noticed that there's more than one person here that doesn't like meat, so I've had to change my recipe.
He tilts his head back, raising his brows, and he nods. And he utters a thank you in Draconic. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
She nods her head and the spoon slowly drops. Her eyes don't leave you as you're peeking through the door, though.
He just slowly, not breaking eye contact, closes the door.
And it is the door that breaks your eye contact with her.
And he looks back at Cereza. I suppose I get what you mean.
You don't go in the kitchen. You never go in the kitchen.
And he'll take a bowl of soup and he'll start eating, and he says, yeah, that's much better than just rutabaga.
And it is, it's quite good. She rolled an 18 plus, so it's very, very good. Right on par for Nani. Not a 20, but damn good.
Getting there.
So you guys eat your soup. Geillis, you eat about 11 bowls. There was 10 out there, so you probably eat as many as you want, minus whatever they eat.
Probably 3 or 4.
He'll
Just
eat.
have the one.
And Earilon only eats one. And so he kind of leans back and he says, Badajdrows College of Bardic Excellence, I feel like the guy at the front door was not exactly being upfront with me when I asked about the crumb and hurdy-gurdy on my back.
I think he was being a utter piece of garbage.
I definitely
Well, I
agree.
was at the library, right? The big one thing.
Yeah, that was...
Yeah. So I have no idea what you're talking about.
Either you just met up with them after that, or just before. One or the
Yeah,
other. I
but
can't
I
remember.
don't
You
think I
didn't
did.
say anything anyway if you
No.
were there.
No. What's wrong with your hurdy-gurdy?
Oh, it's missing a bunch of the mechanical components on the inside, so it doesn't. He takes it off his shoulder and turns it and tries playing it, but no sound comes out.
No, it's correct. It does make sound.
Oh, it does.
It just needs the swing gear to activate the magical properties within it. It plays like a regular one, except you can't get that really swinging sound
Gotcha,
like your
okay.
grandfather would say.
Okay, yeah. So he plays it and it does make sound, but it just sounds kind of flat.
Roll
Kind of
performance.
off-tune.
Yeah.
Roll performance.
Performance.
How flat is this?
Let's see. Nat 18, so that's 19.
Hey, he thinks it's flat, but it sounds damn good.
Yeah, so you can hear. Yeah, he kind of presses one of his long ears up to the instrument, and he says, as he's playing it, you can hear that it's just not right. It's not. It doesn't have the same vibrance and.
Yeah, not right.
Roll
would be a
perception,
good word.
Cereza. And also, you,
Yeah.
Geillis.
Perception.
Yep.
I am.
That's a nat one.
That one? See,
Yeah.
you can't really tell. It's you don't know. It sounds good. It sounds great.
I'm proficient in performance. Could I use my own performance proficiency to pick up on what he's saying?
I'd say roll your perception with advantage because you have the backing and performance for that.
Alright.
For instruments and things of beauty.
Well, that is a 3 and a 3, so a 3.
We think it's fine.
Yeah, you think there's nothing wrong with that instrument. It looks great. He plays it like a professional.
I have a +0 to my wisdom and intelligence. It is
Wow.
It's better than a
I am
+0 to your
I am
constitution.
charisma. I have plus +1, +2, +1, +0, +0, +4. Okay, my charisma is my only good mental stat.
God.
So Ed, it sounds great. You can definitely pick it up. You know what you're listening to. You've heard your grandfather play it before. It's missing that edge,
Exactly.
that extra bump.
That's he says a Krellian
Yeah,
hurdy-gurdy?
Krellin hurdy-gurdy.
Krellin?
Krellian, hurdy-gurdy.
Okay.
Krellian. I don't know. Depends on which person you're talking to in this world, how they say it.
That's like Newfoundland versus Newfoundland.
Exactly, just like Dellen's Cross, or Dellen's Pass, or Dellen's Crossing. I don't remember what was originally, but every dwarf that comes in there says it differently.
It's beautiful.
So I would have definitely seen this
Yes.
instrument before.
Yeah, you would have you've seen it. Actually, your perception was really bad.
Yeah.
You've seen a hurdy-gurdy before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, my perception was still terrible. Even if I didn't have the bonus in performance, because I'm from Krell, I probably would have got the advantage. But nobody knows I'm from there.
You know that the instrument's not the same as a hurdy-gurdy. It's different. It is the music, the instrument maker. I can't remember if it was the last one you seen or the one before that told you it was different. The guy with the squeeze box on his door told you that it was a Krellin or Krellian design, not like a regular hurdy-gurdy. Hurdy-gurdy's bigger. This one was smaller, and that's then very, very expensive.
Gotcha. Yeah. No. It's yeah. One thing. I guess hurdy-gurdies would be rather rare in this particular setting, right?
You really haven't seen that many, but you haven't really seen that many street performers either.
Gotcha. Yeah. So, yeah. No. Earilon stops playing, of course, and he kind of looks to the compartment that is currently shut. And it's he has like a memory of his grandfather playing A Call to the Sea, and he kind of just his shoulders sink down for a moment, and he puts it on his back again, and he lets out a sigh. I think I need to go back to the college. Do you folks want to come with me?
Sure. We don't have money bags with us though,
Well,
so we might have to be a little sneaky.
no, Ravim was the one who had it.
Yeah.
And
Oh no, the bag of money?
Yeah,
Yeah, he does.
I don't think he gave it back.
To
No, he-
Dermot?
Yeah, no, he
No,
didn't.
he still has the money, but you guys also have things you got from coming up here. A list of like 10 things that you guys have.
Perhaps we should bring that inside then.
There is the spice chest too.
Spice chest, you guys here, they are here.
Yeah, if we touch that, Nani will break fingers. I'm pretty
Mom's
sure.
not here.
When she gets back.
She went to visit friends or something. She found somebody she
Oh.
knew.
Frank is there eating soup. I forgot about Frank. And he puts a soup down and he says, well, yeah, she met some lady. Didn't give me her name though, this redheaded chick, and and they went off their own way. She wouldn't answer none of my questions. But yeah, that's naughty though. Don't really get much out of her sometimes.
So we can possibly get some turnaround for those spices. Oh, sorry, maybe leave a little bit for ourselves, just for.
Do you know what spices are there?
It's quite an assortment. Grains of paradise. There's Cherville.
Would there be anything equivalent to ginger?
Yeah, there's Galangal there.
Galangal?
Yeah, Galangal.
Yeah. Geillis is gonna swipe some of that.
I'm just naming all the herbs that I know offhand.
You had a
It's like a
box
capital S.
of animal figurines.
Animal
Uh,
figures.
Oh right, the
with
Tappy
30
Tea
ones?
figures.
Yeah, you had a large gold bracelet. You had a brass mug with jade inlay. You had 2 bronze crowns, which you guys are quite aware of. You had
Yes.
let's see. Also, there was a first level spell scroll, 2 potions of healing, and 8 gems worth 50 gold pieces, plus 6 pieces of art that look quite valuable. Plus the magic items that have already been given out. I'm pretty sure can't remember who had the Quiver of Oros, or you got the Boots of Elvenkind. There's a Staff of the Python also that someone has to have. Okay, I think Geillis may have taken that.
No, because I said I don't like snakes.
Oh, okay,
That's
so
what that
that's
was.
still hanging around.
Geillis needs some clothes at some point.
That's
Or
right.
to find some needle and thread and fix her clothes.
Well, if you look around the manse, there are lots of clothes.
the taking?
Doesn't seem to be many people there
They're
wearing
gonna
them
be
now.
huge though.
Yeah, you might find a small person.
A small person.
Also, there was a box full of gems.
8 gems at 50 gold each, you said?
No, these are more. Sorry, I guess you labeled them as minerals. The jasper, bloodstone, moonstone, quartz.
Can Geillis swipe the moonstone?
There's
She likes pretty rocks.
and if anybody looked at them, you're going to see that there's a spot where one is missing. And the 11 are still there, but one is missing. And this stuff came from the goblin manufacturing cave. You can
Where I
notice
got
that there's
that
one
F-dot,
missing.
where I got that F-dot club that I have no idea idea what it does.
That
Where I
one
got
thing.
stabbed with a dank sword.
Yeah, dank piece of wood.
I like
So-
using that word in everyday language now.
Dank.
It's what it's called.
That's So you have that, and the pieces of art items are like vases and small things like that of ivory and whatnot.
With the spices, the initial amount of gold that was worth was 500 gold.
That was just for the saffron.
Just for the
Just
saffron
the
alone.
Just the
Saffron
saffron.
is
It was,
expensive.
1,000. I can't find the spice list now. I'll go home to look, and I'll pick the one page and be like, there it is. I'll find it.
Yep.
But we're gonna say, and there were like 6 more, I believe, and they were all much cheaper than that. So I'm gonna say there's gonna be about 13. There was 1,300 gold worth of spices, and the 2 kilogram bag of salt. That's blue. That so far you guys have just identified as blue salt. So there's that. And I'd be really glad to take care of this part, so I don't have to keep going back to find this page. Let's get
So
evacuate all your goods that you don't need.
exactly. So the Boots of Elvenkind, as far as I remember, they just make you silent when you're walking at all times.
Yeah, you have advantage on stealth checks. Yeah.
So yeah, no. Earilon's wearing those, so he doesn't make any noise when he walks. And Earilon is just gonna look to Geillis, look to Cereza, and he's gonna say, I'll be right back. And he walks upstairs, and he would know where Ravim is sleeping.
Yep.
So he's gonna just try to go in and see if he can kind of snatch that money bag.
And steal from Rahul?
Yeah. He's gonna go in and just take the money bag for the time being. And before he gets up to the door, thinks about what he's doing. He just debates knocking on it for a moment.
Just asking him for some money?
Yeah. So
Isn't that the running joke? Earilon asks for money? That could be a title right there. Earilon asks for money.
He's got to pull it off.
all right. So Earilon will. He'll go ahead and knock on the door a couple times.
The door opens shortly after. Raven is standing there, stern look on his face. You see him kind of dab some soup off his chin.
Hey, Raven. Me and a couple of the others are heading out to the college, and we're gonna be selling off a couple of our goods. So I was just wondering if I could borrow that money bag just so we can get by the transportation.
Kind of, you can see his back stiffen up a little bit.
It's 21 persuasion. If that counts for anything.
Oh, it does, because you rolled 4. Yeah. And he looks kind of off-put by the request for money. But he does dig his hand in the bag and pull out, you can see him thumbing some coins out of his hand, and he pulls a pouch out of his other pocket and he slides 12 pieces of platinum into it.
Okay.
How much would that be worth?
120 gold. So it's a really good amount. Really solid. Okay, so Earilon comes back down with a pouch in hand, and he nods to Geillis and Cereza, and he says, got some money so we don't have to pay for the transport to go to and fro. And so I do want to go to the college, and I have to check and see if the order from the clothes store is done. And then we'll go about selling some of our goods just so we have a little bit of extra pocket change. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Gotcha.
Do you remember if she had any like pre-made clothes at the shop?
Oh yeah, she definitely did.
Perhaps we'll take a look at those over there.
They're a tad expensive, but sure
Well, you got the money, don't you?
Yeah, true. Robin did give it to me, so
Well, I wasn't there, but I think you said borrowed. Just so you.
no, he said that in character. Yeah, Robin did give me the money, so
Yeah.
works for me.
So you guys head out of the manse
We do.
and into the city.
And I'd say we would probably bring some sort of like little cart or something.
You take Frank.
I hope so.
Yeah, take
I
Frank.
need to talk.
Yeah, take Frank. I'm taking Frank.
You see Frank walks into the kitchen with a bag of turnip and then walks out backwards with his hands raised without the turnip.
Did you run into the cook?
She's the cook?
She's the new cook.
She looks like she could tear my head off.
Well, just don't go in the kitchen. You'll be okay.
I don't plan on it.
Never go in the kitchen.
Alright. So you guys gather up all these, all this equipment and everything. You put it in the cart, and you guys cart your way to the.
Frank with a wheelbarrow.
Yep, Frankel.
Earilon does take the liberty of putting some sort of covering over it first, just so not everything's visible.
There's a nice canvas with oddly shaped stones and very
Thumbprints.
poorly made, but it works efficiently.
Yep, that works for me because
That's gonna be my new dress when we get back.
There you go.
Yep, no, everybody but Cereza kind of looks ramshackle with our current clothing, and that just kind of ties it all together that we're some sort of wandering vagrants that don't have much to our names.
Of course.
So that works for us, so nobody will really think about us twice, hopefully. But, yeah.
So you guys.
Well, I mean, if you want Cereza to sort of try and blend in, she can technically soil the clothing with precipitation.
And
So-
You're a little dry from being in
You
there,
guys, you guys get up to the tram. You take the tram up to the first district, and the first district is the main district. It has the Crystal Sphere. It has the Hanging Gardens. Has Breckhide's Labor. Yes, has Breckhide's Labor and Services. The Gerthen's Gifted Hands. Gerthen's
Yep,
Enchanted Hands. Gerthen's Enchanted Hands. And other places like that, moneylenders and whatnot. So the shears is yours. If you guys are going to look to sell some magic items, probably a magic shop is where you got to go. There's also the other angry fella, Dagon's custom magic and money lending. He was kind of mean though. And probably any old place, any bar or tavern or restaurant, you could probably sell get rid of those spices too. But I'll leave that in your hands, guys.
Yep. So Earilon, as they're going along with the cart, Earilon just kind of looks between Geillis and Cereza and Frank, and he says, "I think a good place to start would be getting rid of the spices, as they're the most expensive things that we have, as far as I'm aware. So maybe we should stop at a tavern. Maybe they need some spices."
Sounds good.
Nope. So I think we should go more towards the good air, because they would probably pay more for it.
They probably have more uses for them.
Yeah. Earilon nods. So we should go near the good air, see if there's any kind of a spot there that would.
So technically speaking, the manse Gretsch is not in the good air.
Yeah, no.
But moving to the place where it's designated good air, the first district, you guys don't see much of a difference. But you've never been lower than the manse of Gretsch before.
That's true.
Does it go like negative numbers when we do that?
You guys know that there are two parts of the mine. The Korg that goes all the way out towards Anra's
Coast?
goes all the way to Anra's coast, thank you. And the Graph is one that goes deep and coils around and around as it goes down and down and down.
How close is the college and everything? Is that in the good air? It must be, right?
It is. The college is
It's multi-level.
yeah, it's multi-level. The first one is on District 2, one above you guys. And then what Geillis has seen goes up and up, but that's not for me to tell.
Yep. So Earilon will say, I think we should go above District 2, because then things will be more expensive up there. They'll want to get the spices and probably pay a good amount for them. So
Probably be cheaper if just one of us went, though.
perhaps.
Split the card.
No. I think we should all stick together, because I think they'll only charge us for a one-way trip. We don't want to lose track of where we all are, because this is a very large city, so we shouldn't split up unless we absolutely have to.
Okay.
And you guys discuss all this as the tram comes to a stop into the first district.
This last time, no, I was near afraid that we'd lost you, Geillis.
Well, I went and I found a library.
You found a library? How far up did you go?
Anywho,
Why
I
the
went
fuck
somewhere
label that?
and looked at some books. And this dragon man led me up walls that turned into ceilings and then stairs, and
What
yeah, it was trippy.
manner of magic would turn walls into ceilings and ceilings into walls? That seems like some. Oh,
Some
excuse me.
Harry Potter shit right there.
Seems like some sort of transfiguration magic. That's quite interesting.
They were quite old dragons up there. They probably got some skills.
Is that why you asked me of elven lineage last we spoke? Were you there? He's saying this aloud, by the way, so...
Yeah, this conversation is happening.
Yeah, this was... Now, bear in mind, this was a private conversation between you and me. Now I'm saying it out loud.
Oh, yeah.
Because Earilon's a loudmouth.
Oh, good to know.
So...
I love that fact about him.
So what did you say about Elven
Oh,
Lane?
yes. So, isn't that why you were... Is that why you were talking to me about elven lineage last we spoke? Or the stories of
Just gives you a side glance.
those who were in...
Cereza's just sort of looking between the two, between Earilon and Geillis, just
Oh,
realizing, well, you're a full elf,
full high.
I'm a wood elf.
wood elf, high elf. I'm a half elf. All people here have elven
And then there's Frank.
ancestry here, and then we have Frank.
Oh, yeah,
Three
Frank's there.
elves walking through the city full of dwarves trying to sell shit.
With a
Well,
human.
a high elf, a wood elf, and a half elf.
Sounds like and we're going to a tavern to try and sell
We're
these
gonna be the
spices.
running
This sounds like a joke.
3 elves walk into a bar. There's your title.
3 elves walk into a bar.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one. I like that. So we're gonna say it's on the second floor because it's the only place I don't have
didn't go
labeled,
up
and
very
it looks
far.
like the halls of Corath. The steps go down to where there's pillars. But
Yeah.
I said number 4 because I probably couldn't remember, and I probably didn't have the map at the
It's
time. So
okay.
it was on halls of Corath. Is now on level 2 unless I go
Or
back.
and that was where the
Listen,
ravine
jump
was, right? Like you're coming way down. that
Yeah, it comes
ravine.
up, and then the stairs go down and in, and then it kind of goes up again behind a big rock wall, basically.
That's good. We established that, so that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
So, Earilon, what do we got for taverns on this level? We're on District 2.
You went to District 2?
Anything fancy
He
schmancy?
just changed.
You go up to District 2. How do you get there?
Oh,
You take the stairs, you take the elevators.
with a cart, you probably have to take an elevator.
Okay.
Yeah, we probably have to
How
take.
much
So-
does that cost?
Well, it doesn't matter unless it's more than 12 platinum.
Don't tell the operator of the elevator how much money you have, because that's what the price becomes.
Oh, 10
Very true.
platinum, that's all.
It's like asking somebody what they want for something. They say, "How much do you have?"
So as you guys walk towards the area with the elevator, you walk in these big doors, and you can see at the far end there are 2 closed sealed doors. The elevator, the big elevator you came down in the first time with the entire group where you guys got dropped into the rave. But on either side there are 2 sets of doors. You see one as you guys walk in, one opens, and a bunch of dwarves exit and walk past you. Oddly staring at 3 elves and a human, with the human pushing the cart.
So, Earilon will kind of look for. Is there somebody there who operates the elevator?
You look inside, there's someone kind of sitting there behind a booth. You can see the kind of fine gold fencing on the inside protecting him from you.
Okay, yeah, gotcha. So, Earilon will kind of mosey on up, and he looks at the. I'm assuming it's dwarf.
It is.
He looks at the dwarf and forget if Earilon speaks dwarven or not. I'm pretty sure he does. But
I do.
I do.
so,
Thankfully, we all speak Dwarven in the Dwarven land.
Earilon just likes to talk to people in their own tongue whenever he can. That's just his thing.
It's common courtesy.
Yeah. So Earilon kind of
Being
goes up.
hoity-toity.
Yeah.
Look what I can do.
Yeah. Exactly. It's kind of like a mix, but it's just like I'm down to earth, but not really. So Earilon comes up and which is like,
He just thinks Earth's up here.
he says, in Dwarven, of course, he says, "Good day."
He nods, looks at the 4 of you, and he says, "Hi, it's a good day."
Gales just grins, completely oblivious to the fact that she's an elevator.
We're just going to the second level. How much? He reaches for a pouch.
Well, it's going to be for all 4 of you. It's going to be about 10 gold.
Including the cart?
He looks back at Earilon. Still be 10 gold for all of you.
He pulls out a platinum because that's 10 gold.
Yep.
He'll nod and place it on the through the fence, I guess.
Yeah, there's like a
Probably
slot
window,
underneath
yeah.
where there's a space he can do any business with hands and stuff.
Yeah, he fumbles for a second and tries to put it through the slot up above, and then like one of the fence slots, and then he's like, "Oh," he puts it into the slot.
Thank you. And he looks over here to the side, and he kind of puts his hand on a panel, and then touches a button, and the doors close, and the elevator begins to move up.
Perfect.
He just kind of sits there.
Is this a rough ride?
No, very, very smooth. And you can just kind of see something about him, something in his face that perhaps he's annoyed to some degree. He rolled really poorly on his deception to hide it. It's like he's got to spend the presence of elves of some sort like that.
Cereza's oblivious to it. No
Yeah, let's
insight,
make it
no
to see it
perception.
anyways.
She's just
Just
there.
there.
I got an insight of 17.
17? Yeah, you know something's up. With your insight of 17, you're thinking back and I get the feeling that he overcharged you.
Earilon raises a brow and he walks over. And he's like, he looks at him and he says, it's a bit of a look of conflict on your face. You didn't happen to overcharge us, did you?
You can see him. No, I didn't. You can see him bull-faced lying to you.
I come from Brel, and there, although expensive, the businessmen are honest. How much gold are we actually owed?
Your persuasion? Yeah.
Yep. Ooh, nat 17. For
18.
16.
60. For 20.
So 20. Okay. He rolled an 18. I'm gonna give him
That's why
plus
you're
1.
waiting for the.
It's a 19. So as you say that, you see him kind of fumble on his words a minute, and then he says, well, it doesn't matter. Your stop's here anyway. The door opens. He says,
Then
there
I
you
shall
go.
Then I shall report you to your superior.
You can see him though. He's fumbling with something below the desk that he's there, and he pulls something out. And he says, just be on your way. He drops 2 gold back in your hand.
Did you guys say he like pulls a gun? You asked. You did ask about the wagon.
Yeah, well, I was,
And now there's
yeah.
4 dwarves
Really?
kind of standing there on the side with their arms folded, just kind of looking at you.
Earilon just kind of nods to the conductor, I suppose.
That works.
Yeah, that works.
that
the
works.
little office man there, and he says, "Thank you.
Man.
Have a nice day."
Cowardman is golden.
You can see that he is slightly embarrassed, but trying to hold it up in front of these 3 other dwarves that have walked in.
And as they pass the 3 dwarves, and he turns to them and just genuine smile. He says, "Have a nice day. In work."
Geillis just scoots right out behind him,
I'm leaving.
avoiding conflict.
And the cart, Frank
Balls the cart.
follows with you guys.
Before
Kind of
he
looks back at the dwarves and kind of gives them a look. And you guys are now in District 2. As you exit the elevator, you turn to the left and open the 2 doors, and they open up into the 2nd district. To your right, you guys can see the open, I guess it would be kind of a foyer compared to the building, of this lush green ground with 2 large pools of water. You guys can see topiaries trimmed and cut in specific fashion to make images of certain gods that you may or may not recognize. To your left, you guys can see the Sharon Capital Bank. A little bit ways down from that, you guys can see the Crystal Sphere Theater. And almost all the way across, you guys can see the halls of Corath.
any kind of like little taverns along the way.
Those are the big things you've seen.
Mhm.
As you guys start moving out and in, every so often there are housing. I'd say maybe 10 to 12 different residential houses that creep up into the stone. And then there'll be a restaurant or a butcher or some other... a restaurant, butcher, you can see that there's a few general stores, clothing stores, a few food vendors out, as well as a couple of cobblers.
Oh, okay, yeah, gotcha. So, he gestures to the sign that has the restaurant on it there, and he says, well, there's a restaurant, we can check and see if they would take some of the spices for some gold. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So, Earilon, he'll park the cart outside. Well, Frank will park the cart outside. And,
Whoa, Frank.
oh, Frank. And
I would never say that.
I would.
is anybody going to go in with me, or,
Leilani would.
That's right, she would.
is anybody going in with me, or?
Cereza will.
Cereza will? Gotcha.
I'll go too.
Awesome.
All right. You guys, standing outside of Galen's Pious Plate, see inside this glass is crystal clear. You can see right through it. It's perfectly clean. You guys can see that it's quite bustling. There seems to be a fair amount of dwarves and dragonborns sitting, eating. They seem to be eating with silver and gold utensils.
Oh wow.
And you guys head in.
So you guys look like you rolled around in the mud before coming up here, don't
Excuse
you?
me.
Basically,
I'm
I
just
guess.
wearing stolen clothing that are 5 sizes too big.
Okay.
My-
your clothing's at
yeah.
least clean.
No, it's
My-
not.
my-
It's not.
My clothing would be beaten, I guess you could say, from like weathered by travel. Not necessarily like dirty.
Yeah, I wouldn't be dirty, I guess either. We've been at the manse, we could have at least
Yeah, we
cleaned
would've-
up.
I was just thinking with the description of this place, a quick prestidigitation to
That'll work. It's just,
just
Tidy
freshen
us a
up
little.
the attire a little bit. I can't fix the damage, but I can.
So it takes 6 seconds to cast. About a minute makes you guys look decent enough.
Yep.
And your clothes, Earilon, you'd notice that they're like almost brand new again.
That's good.
My stolen clothes look great.
Yeah, that hole in the pocket's not there anymore.
It's all good. So yeah, Earilon will go in with the others, and
You walk in. There's a short hallway, and there's a small stand at the end of it where there's an elf. Sorry, I was going to say an elf. You guys are the elves. Where there's a dwarf standing there in what appears to be almost similar to what Ornell was wearing, except more gold and silver trim along the lapels and along at the sleeves and whatnot.
gotcha.
And you guys walk in, and he has his hands folded, and as soon as 3 elves walk in, his eyes kind of almost breach the top of his hair. And he says, it's something I can help you with.
And
He's speaking common.
yeah, in Dwarven, he'll dwarf, right?
Yep, dwarf.
So in Dwarven, he'll reply, "Oh, hello," and he has a spice chest with him. Unless how big is the spice? Is it big? Or
I would say it's a chest about that long, about a foot long, about a foot high, and about 2 feet long, a foot high, and a foot deep.
Okay, so it's easy to carry.
Under your arm, you can carry
Yeah,
it.
so
for sure.
he has it under his arm. Actually, no, he's going to get Frank to carry it. He's going to get Frank to carry it. So
He looks like our servant coming behind us.
Frank's got the chest.
Frank's got the chest.
Yep.
So
And the arms and legs.
And the no hair.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Geillis might have helped him with that, giving him a haircut so it looks at least slightly even on both.
Yeah.
The 60-40 comb over?
Yeah.
All the way to his left ear?
Oh my goodness.
No, he looks horrible. He didn't have time to wash up. There's still a bit of black singe on his face.
Prestidigitation.
You got him too? Perfect. Okay. He still looks horrible, though.
Yeah, well,
Like,
He looks like he had a rough
he
day.
looks like Frankenstein. Like, I didn't even do that on purpose.
That's
That was
great.
good.
Frankenstein.
That was beautiful.
so Frank comes to the door last backwards, kind of holding it open, carrying the chest, and turns around, and as the dwarf catches him, you can see him kind of, his lips kind of open and sneer, and he says, "Is there something I can help you with? Are you in the right place?"
Yep, we are, I believe, hopefully. Bit of an odd request. I hope you'll bear with me. And he's speaking Dwarven to him. So, so Earilon will gesture back to the disheveled Frank, and he notices the look on his face, and he says, he's had a bad day. Apologies. And
He
so,
just nods silently.
we have spices, and we don't know exactly where to sell them, and we were thinking that your restaurant can make use of them, if possible. Bit of an odd request, but
Frank laughs.
Some random strangers.
Looks around to catch eye with somebody and share an unspoken joke, but he can't find anybody. He says, "Spices, okay."
Saffron, and I list
As soon
the
as
other,
you say
I list
that,
the other ones.
His eyes catch with you as soon as you say saffron.
Saffron is,
saffron,
of
you
course, the
say?
first one I mentioned. We have about, what is it, half a pound?
yeah, it's half a pound really good, high quality
But
saffron.
of course, if you're not interested, I put my
No,
hand
no,
on your
no.
shoulder
Oh,
to
just
turn the lead.
just do it. Saffron is very hard to come by. How would the likes of you come by it? I
Well-
mean, to be honest, You don't seem the type that would be walking around here.
I myself am from Brel, and I was on a voyage, and we happened to come across it.
How much of that story did you tell him?
Just that much.
Okay, good. Just wondering how long you're going to be here talking to him, that's all.
Yeah,
So you tell him that. Ah, from Brel?
He nods.
So you must be a merchant of some type.
He kind of looks up for a second. Suppose you could say that?
You were. at one
We're
point.
here. We're in the
Were you?
employ of the new owner of the Grell mine.
Gretch.
Gretch mine.
I am unaware of any mines around here.
Wow.
I understand.
However,
It's the good air, you know.
However, you're coming from Brel. You say you're a merchant. Well, let's see what you got.
So he'll.
Not here. Not here. Follow me.
Not right enough.
Yeah, we're in the front
Oh,
door.
yeah. Yes, let's go.
I perch on a bar stool. I'm not. I let the men deal with
Our
this.
stool.
Okay, Frank.
We're in a tavern.
Frank. He leads you guys into the room. You can. There's actually not a bar. It's a seated place. It's like a very fine restaurant.
Oh,
You
okay.
can smell it. It smells great in here. You guys can see different types of meat and.
I'm still gonna sit. I'm gonna sit down.
Okay, you're gonna sit at one of the tables.
I'm going
Sure.
with Earilon to try and make sure he doesn't botch this.
Okay.
Speaking
He
of
does.
botching it.
He has a habit of over speaking.
Speaking of botching, he pulls up one platinum and hands it to Geillis so that she can take some of
Aw.
the food.
Get some snacks
Because he just knows.
that she wants to eat. He doesn't know why she wants to eat yet, though. I don't think.
This dwarf
She
leads
just
you guys
always
into a room. It seems to be a private dining room. Fairly large table, 10 or 12 chairs around it, and Frank puts the chest on the table and kind of looks out towards Geillis, and then looks at Earilon, and he says,
Yeah, so he opens the chest, and as far as I recall, last I looked, there was.
puts his hand in his chest, turns around and walks out.
What?
He wanted money for snacks.
Oh, Frank.
He's gone now.
Frank's
Come sit with
gone?
me.
Yeah, no,
Frank-
Frank
Frank
was the
left
one
the
who was
room.
looking for the money.
Frank was. Oh.
Yeah,
Well,
Frank,
the door.
Frank kind of put his hand out,
Oh, he.
but then you didn't get it, so he left the room after you didn't get it.
He goes to open the chest. He's like, well, last time, wait, Frank, what?
He's gone.
Frank! He calls out after him. Frank!
It's all right. No, he's talking. He's not fucking Irish. He looks around. It's all right. And goes sits next to Geillis.
She pushes over a little bit of whatever she's
You
eating.
guys are sitting at a table. You haven't got any food yet.
Okay.
You guys sitting at a table set for 4.
Gotcha. So,
I'm not gonna eat for 4.
Earilon clears his throat and opens up the chest. I think as far as I recall, there was not just spices in here. There was some. He removed the blue salt, by the way. He has that in like a separate part in the cart.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Why?
So we gotta find the
It was
door.
weird.
We don't know if
Looks
it's
weird
salt.
to you?
Yeah, it looks weird to
Okay,
him, so he
alright.
doesn't
We don't know if
how
it's
it
actually
is.
salt or if it just looks like salt.
I'll get you to roll perception on it now.
Perception. Oh wait, what am I doing now?
14.
14.
I'll roll 2 because I have a little
Yeah,
bit of
go
a
ahead.
background.
I got 15.
15.
14.
12. Plus
12?
whatever, yeah.
Looks like basic salt, except it's got a shade of blue. You even tasted a bit. It tastes like salt if you want to.
Oh no, Earilon doesn't want to. He doesn't have to.
It's
Cereza
appears
would try
just to be
it.
salt. Yeah, it tastes just like salt.
Looks weird to
I
him.
always gotta have one taste tester. It's good.
Yeah.
Looks weird to
Well,
him.
Cereza is open to new experiences. She's never had this sort of salt before.
Okay, gotcha. And so
So yeah, it would definitely be salt.
he did take it off the cart and he off of the wagon, not the wagon, chest, and put it in a different part of the cart. And he kind of looks to Cereza as he's there in that room. And he says, "That salt. It was just salt, right?"
Yes. The blue salt.
Blue salt.
Yes.
You're not feeling weird.
The
No.
dwarf looks between the both of you.
Blue salt. And
And he says,
Does the
what do you want to show me here?
he opened the chest and he shows them the half pound of fennel, lavender, ginger. No, not ginger. That's given to Geillis. Thyme and the bottle of Earilon wine, and of course saffron. So that's what's in the chest.
And the other mishmash of spices that were removed, I can't really remember what they were, but there was like 1,300 gold in addition to what you guys have from there. So he picks up the saffron immediately, and it's all set in smaller sized chests, exactly the similar as the other one. It seemed to be like a set. So he opens up, he smells it. Amazing. Where did you get your hands on these? And in such bulk supply?
Oh, well, we were on a voyage and we were taken by surprise, and luckily enough, part of our mercantile force has good amount of protection, so we were able to stave off any death, and we've managed to find that aboard another ship and try to kill us. So, you know how the oceans are.
Honestly, I do not. I've been in the mountain my entire life.
Oh,
I have not even seen the water.
well, that is how the oceans are.
I'll have to take your word for it.
Bandits of the seas.
So he opens up another one and he says, this is a fine haul. Now, what were you looking?
Oh, we were looking to sell it, so I think for everything all told, kind of scratches his beard. He now has a beard, like he's been growing it a little bit.
Okay.
So he scratches his beard and he says,
Trying to blend in.
"Yeah, a little bit. It's been a few weeks, well, months." And he says, "Well, I was thinking, looking at this, a ballpark of about like maybe 1,600 gold within that kind of range."
He does more of a look at them this time, checking everything out. And he says, "You mentioned something about salt."
Yeah, there was like this blue.
Well, I'll go get it.
Yeah, you go
I
get
head
it.
back out and I retrieve the jar of salt.
While you're out there,
I'm not really sure what it is.
You don't get murdered.
Well, I'm not.
he looks at you, Earilon, and he says, "You say you got this from pirate booty, I guess."
Guess you could say that.
All right. You mentioned you had salt that was the shade of blue.
I suppose you could say that. I don't know rightly what it is, but Cereza supposedly tasted it, and she says it was salt.
Do you know where salt you don't know where salt like that might come from?
Nary a clue.
All right.
Do you?
I return with the salt. Just because it's so blatantly obvious, I have it under the under a little bit of under the cloak that I have. It's not something I'm not carrying it like this into a 5-star. What seems to be like a 4.5, 5-star restaurant.
Yep, I would say that it would be in a non-see-through bag, but
Okay.
still.
Yeah.
It's still covering it up, yeah. So you walk back in and he cuts off what he was saying to you, Earilon, and he says, "Hi, let's see what you got."
I put it on the table next to the chest.
He opens it up and he says, "Hi." He looks at Earilon. It appears to be salt. Hi.
Yeah, but the blue coloration is so odd.
I would agree, but salt nonetheless.
Yeah.
Roll insight, guys.
Insight. Let's see.
That one. For a 1.
I'm not
19.
there.
19. Okay. With your bonuses?
Wait, what? 15 on the dice. I'm pretty sure I got a +4. Yep. 19.
Okay. So, as he's going through, he ties up the bag of salt and kind of puts it off, maybe about a foot away from the chest, and he goes right back to the chest and he says, I could give you, I say, probably 1,500 gold for all of it, including the salt.
Oh, what about the red wine? But that it's from Earilon red wine. From the Cold Snap Vineyards.
We have much better vintages than Cold Snap, but I do thank you.
Yeah, well, let's see.
Earilon, you're getting a bit of falseness from him.
Is there something you wish to tell me?
I don't know what you're talking about. We're trying to make a deal here.
Of course. I just, of course, want our business to be fully honest. Is there something about the salt, perhaps, that you're aware of that I'm not?
Well, if you come from Brel and you've not seen that salt before, which I find highly unlikely, and you got it from a bit of pirate booty, if you haven't done the math now, you must know that the salt is pretty special.
Could I roll history for that, maybe?
You can roll a religion now if you like, yeah, with disadvantage.
Disadvantage, okay.
Because of all your other really poor rolls about it.
Can I roll religion normally?
Yep. You haven't made so many bad rolls about it.
Oh, nice. An 18, so dirty 20.
Okay.
15.
15? Alright. 15's not enough. The dirty 20 is just enough. You know that this particular blue salt, there are other salts of other different colors also, but the colored salts are very hard to come by. Very, very difficult to find. And they're not used for food. They're used in religious practices.
Okay. So if we were to sell it to him, the only thing he's going to use it for is going and bringing it to one of the local churches who would have use for it and would pay far more.
Is that right? Let's see.
Stares out.
Well,
He kind of sees Cereza, kind of like a light bulb go off, and he looks at her and says, "What? Did you realize something? What?"
I didn't spend much time amongst the clergy before, well, ending up where I did. But I remember that salts like this, they use them a lot in more religious ceremonies.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if a restaurant would be would use such things for cooking. Perhaps we should look into that at a more religious establishment.
Yeah, there was that kind of.
Well, if you're done with your conversation, are we going to make a deal or what?
He offers a hand to the dwarf.
1,500 gold for everything?
1,500 gold for not the salt, the spices.
His hand stops when you say that, and he says, aye. Well, then without the salt, we're going to have to be about 800 gold, then.
I was thinking more 1,200? 9.
I roll a 3.
So we all know
roll
it's
with advantage since Earilon's helping. Just
Oh, 24.
there you go.
Oh, is that
It didn't matter. The
18 plus 6.
9 would have done it, but this just goes for better. And he says, he looks at you both. He says, very well, 1,200.
He offers his hand out again.
He reaches his hand and you guys shake upon it.
Very good. Excellent. So that is that. Still those explosives back in the fucking.
And
Just sitting straight.
while you do have better vintages for at your disposal, I offer the bottle of wine as a token of thanks for dealing with for purchasing the spices.
He takes the wine and he says, well, thank you. He puts it on the table.
Yeah.
He seems, roll
Well,
insight.
he seems not so
Cereza,
impressed. No, that's a 4. He's perfectly fine with
Yeah,
this.
he graciously accepted that gift.
Oh.
Earilon?
16.
He did not graciously accept that gift. He did it kind of, he was being kind of an arse.
Eh.
Earilon snickers
He
at
says,
that.
well, fine, take your salt and be gone with you.
He says in Dwarven again, he says, have a nice day.
As you guys walk out, you stop at the desk and he works underneath the cash box. you would imagine. And he pulls out a mixed match of platinum and gold and hands you a sack. It's pretty heavy.
He counts it right outside the door just to make sure.
All right. And you count it all.
1,200. Yep. Nice.
For you guys, Geillis and Frank, another dwarf comes by, looks you both up and down, and he says, "Are you needing some help?"
A menu would be great.
A menu. He looks at Frank and looks back at you. One moment, please. He looks over at the stand where the maitre d', I guess, would be standing. He's not there right now. He looks back at the chef and he says, one moment. And he walks into the back.
You guys went to sit down without being seated by the guy that we're dealing with.
And
I just picked a spot and sat down. I was tired.
He just gave her platinum. He's just like, here, go.
Have something to eat.
then he comes out of the back door, you guys can see it, and he stops, and then another head pokes out of the back door, and he's got this long, tall hat, and he looks at them, and he looks, and you can hear them talking back and forth. Roll perception. Geillis, please.
We're all back on
Getting
buddy
15.
to pay us 1,200
You
gold.
don't hear it. However, Frank rolled an actual 20,
Nice.
and there's some words back and forth in Dwarven. Now, Frank doesn't speak Dwarvish, I don't think.
Probably not.
No, he does not. He does not speak Dwarvish. But he's been around dwarves for this entire trip. He's heard some of the words, some of the tones, and he stands up. The chair scrapes against the floor, and he turns around and looks at the two guys that are over there. And he points and he says, "Well, that wasn't very nice. Perhaps you should get back in that kitchen and make us some food."
Would Earilon have heard that through the walls?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, nat 20, I heard it.
No, he got an 8. Probably not.
You heard it, yep.
I go back to dealing with
You just ignore what you
I'm
heard.
just like,
So the next...
Frank has it handled.
Geillis, the next sound you hear is about 20 other chairs scraping back. And you see about 20 other dwarves and dragonborn alike also stand up, looking at Frank, as Frank rolled a natural 1 on his intimidation.
Oh no.
Frank does not have this handled.
So Fritz, it's the hairdo.
Yeah, I mean, you should be scary with that look.
So Frank kind of just eyes the cook. You can see everybody else standing up.
Frank, look behind you.
He looks at you. What?
We're kind of surrounded.
At this point, you guys now come out of the small room.
And just see what's happening.
And there's like a bunch of dwarves around them and
But
dragonborn.
they haven't left their seats. They've just stood up at their tables.
I'm
And they're
just
all
sitting in
looking
the
at
booth
Frank
like,
and Geillis sitting at the table. You guys walk out.
Earilon looks at the situation. He barely heard that out of earshot. He's like, what happened?
We're done here. Maybe we can go somewhere else.
Yeah, let's
And at this point, the maitre d' gets that money, slides it in your hand, and he says, "You better go.
I agree. Apologies for the inconvenience.
Just go."
Yeah, he says that in Dwarvish, by the way, so that Frank wouldn't really hear. In an elf speaking Dwarven, it's kind of weird because it's just the tonal difference.
Yeah, it's a very harsh language for a very melodic.
Being.
Yeah.
So, Frank, he says to the dwarf, he says, "Sorry for the inconvenience. As I said earlier, he's had a bad day." So he kind of gestures Frank and Geillis to come back out. He's like, "We're done here. We've interrupted the mirth." So
There's just this audible silence. Not a fork moving, not a tongue moving, nothing.
Earilon clears his throat and waves goodbyes to everybody with kind of like half-gritted teeth and a smile. He's like, "Have a nice day, folks." He says that in common.
Oh, okay. Cereza, you follow him out?
I'm making sure that
Geillis and
Frank.
I'm waiting
Take
for
the
Frank
hint.
to move. I'm not
Okay,
taking the 1st
I'm-
step.
I'm hoping that
Frank takes the hint.
He's gonna roll his perception now.
Frank will get food elsewhere.
Oh my. Okay, good. I thought it was a 2. Not a 2. Frank ends up looking around at everybody, seeing Earilon kind of wave and back his way out. And he says, "All right. Wasn't very nice though." Then he walks and he turns around and he looks at Geillis and he says, "Maybe this isn't the kind of place we should be spending our hard-earned money."
Just slowly start to creep out of the booth and stand behind him.
And you guys exit. Roll perception eyes as you leave.
5.
19.
12.
12. Okay. Geillis, as you're the last one out, leaving, you can hear the maitre d'. You've heard his voice before. You can hear him saying something. It was £8. And the door shuts. You guys are outside.
Now look at Earilon. What was £8?
£8. It's the salt
Salt?
we still have. Oh, jeez.
You didn't sell them the salt?
No, it's used for religious stuff. It's not really a food thing.
Yeah, no, it was kind of lumped in there, kind of half-assedly.
Well, I wasn't there. Well, I haven't been with you all for too long before we got here.
That's true.
But it wasn't in one of the chests like the other ones. Maybe it was from elsewhere.
Now, the chest originally did have a small amount of blue salt. Very small amount in a pouch. Maybe less than a quarter pound.
Perhaps we should deal with this quickly.
And you guys found the other one at the Black Tavern, the criminal organization area.
Yeah. Oh, I remember.
Yeah.
Where me and
Oh, that's right.
Robin got it because I was the one playing the
Darvin?
Darvin or.
I think it was something like
Yeah,
that.
the guy that was with him for that little misadventure with the burning tavern and stuff. But
times.
Cereza joined
That's right.
sometime after.
So you guys hear that, and you're outside the tavern now. You guys can. Then Frank kind of speaks up, and he says, "Well, that wasn't a very nice place.
What
A little too.
What happened, Frank?
Well, I don't know much of the dwarven language, but that waiter there went and talked to the chef, and the chef told us, said that we shouldn't serve them or something like that. I didn't catch most of the words, but I know a bad name when I hear it."
Oh,
You called me a bad name?
He said, "No, he called me a bad name."
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine.
He kind of looks over at Cereza and he says it was something to do with my hair.
Oh, Frank, it'll grow back.
Have
You
you not?
nearly cleaved me in two.
I don't remember such an occasion.
You,
I distinctly remember it.
yeah.
Well, agree to disagree then.
No, those creatures,
Those damn bugs.
they control your mind.
How come no one told me this?
Fresh wounds,
I
Frank.
think
Fresh
Earilon's
wounds.
Sort
trying
of
to
trying
tell
to
us.
figure out how to tell you a mind bug made you almost kill me.
Well, that's how you say it. All you had to do was tell me.
Well,
God
now
damn it!
now you know.
It's his hand through his hair, but it doesn't touch any hair.
It'll
Just
grow back.
scalp, and it's all wrinkly and stuff now.
Geillis just pats his shoulder. It's okay.
I can get rid of the rest of it for you.
You just go on and stay away from me.
Perhaps we may find a wig at some place.
Oh, what?
A wig.
We can go to bed.
I wonder.
Just put it on the side.
We need to find two things. We need to find a very, very convincing looking toupee, and the I can't remember the name of it, but there's the glue that can only be taken off with universal solvent, It's a magical item that is basically an unbreakable
Sovereign
bond.
glue.
Sovereign glue. And put it on his head.
Oh my
Pretty
god.
So that he never has to worry about it falling off and looking like a bald old man.
You best make that sleight of hand check the first time.
Oh my god.
Slips off and
I glue my hand to the top of his
You
head.
gotta hold it on for a minute for it to hold, so it's gotta stay there for a
My
minute. But
god.
you guys are outside, a gallon's pious plate,
Oh yeah, right. So we're on the second level. That's where
1200 gold richer.
Who's pious plate?
Gallon, G-E-L-N-S, pious plate.
That was
Gallon's
the,
pious plate.
that was the restaurant.
Gelman's pompous plate is more like it.
Very much so, yes.
No. So yeah, they may be very pompous, but at least they pay us decently for our wares.
So you'll put up with anything if the money's good enough. But you won't eat meat.
I'd marry for money.
Nani was an exception. I had to fight with my god in my dreams in order to atone for eating meat. And
Hashtag worth it.
and unintentionally killing a man, but that's neither here nor there.
Killed someone for meat?
No, not for
Did you
meat.
eat them after?
Oh yeah, that would be useful.
Even though the crowd isn't as thick as it was in District 1, there are still many eyes that follow your conversation as they walk by.
I wave.
They don't
Earilon's
wave back.
just oblivious. He's just like, whatever. And
We're up further?
Second
We're up
district.
on the second district. So
Second.
Oh, only the second. Okay.
yeah, first, second, all the way up. The higher
So-
you go, the more posh. I'm guessing.
Yeah, pretty much. At this point, it's about 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
gotcha. So Earilon kind of looks through the cart. He puts the salt back, and he just says, "Well, I don't know." And he looks at the other items, all the magic items. They're the ones that they didn't keep at camp or give out to others. Well, there's a good amount of stuff here. There's those 2 crowns, but we're not gonna. I don't think we should sell those. They seem to have something more
Yeah,
to
get
it.
I
my
like
back pain. Let's keep those.
I liked my crown. I think. I
And there's-
think I only wore it once.
But it gives you back pain.
Was that a brass and
And it makes me hungry.
there was a brass?
Yeah, it was a pair of brass crowns with runes on them that I don't think anybody could read.
He had a
Very
Jade,
old magic.
jade inlay, brass mug, or brass goblet with jade inlay.
brass called of jade inlay, and there were gold bracelets and animal figurines, a staff of python, 8 gems worth 50 gold each, and some art.
6 pieces of other, couple of vases, small trinkets of things that have some symbols on them. You're not quite sure what they are, but they look fancy enough. You could probably throw someone will give you some money for.
Anything religious on those symbols? Yes or no?
I would say some of them.
Some?
Yeah, I would say to make them, the vases would have depictions of different gods on them, and the small medallions and pins would have something of that sort as well.
Well, let's go to the money lending place or the other magic shop there and just see what some of the magic items.
Are we gonna lend money?
So I do have a question. When I gained my second level, I hadn't had a chance to actually use one of the abilities I got, Eyes of the Runekeeper. I can read all writing. Does that allow me to read what the runes say?
It's not really a writing, it's more of a symbolism kind of thing.
Okay.
And you would, since that you did that, and you would realize that it's not any written language, it must be some sort of magical runes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not. So I can tell that it's not language. It's more like arcane symbols.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly, yes.
Okay.
Could I roll?
That's all I want.
Yeah, that's pretty much, and I don't have anything translated for them yet,
Okay.
but they're not something that you could just read. It's
Okay.
very old, very archaic, and definitely based in the arcane.
Okay.
Yes.
I just I didn't know whether or not it would allow, or whether or not I could read them with that, because we didn't, and nobody that we had with us knew the language.
Yeah.
It's why I grabbed that invocation when I took the level.
And you know that, though, that...
But I
from
can
that-
tell now that it's not any
Yes.
actual language.
It's
It's
just a huge piece of information.
okay.
Could I roll like Arcana or something, or Religion, to see if I kind of recognize
Sure.
what they could be? Not like language-wise or like symbolic or whatever, because I know you don't have the stuff, but like kind of what topic they would fall under.
Yeah.
No.
No.
That one.
Of
I think
course.
I had already.
Of
I
course.
think I had already done an Arcana to see whether or not I knew anything about them. So I'm not going to ask to do it again.
Yeah. So you guys are out there. Frank is every now and then he's looking in the window and just giving a snare and a glare to people who are just sitting there eating with their finery.
Frank, we need to get you a wig to cover that.
I'll not wear any wig. When we get back,
How
I'll
about
shave
if
the rest of this off.
How about a toupee?
Don't even test me, Cereza.
Perhaps a hat for now.
That's maybe something down my aisle.
Perhaps a boat hat. Perhaps
Something
he kind of
wide
just does
brimmed.
wide brimmed. He just does a little like perhaps a sun hat. We used to wear them on the farm.
He looks at
Just
you
rolls
and he
her
says, and he looks at you, his head kind of tilted, and he says, he looks up. What would one need a sun hat for in here?
Preference of style.
Look at me. I don't have much style. I know how to kill things and tell people what to do.
It's a style all on its own, Frank.
Well, thank you. Perhaps.
Aw, you guys are having a moment.
I think that Earilon would probably want to lead them to one of the magic shops, so the lending place, money lending, or the other magic shop.
That's back down in the first district.
First district. Okay,
Yeah,
we'll get that
all
on the
that
way.
stuff.
We'll get that on the way back then. So Earilon kind of scratches his beard and kind of looks down and he says, "Okay, no, the magic shops are one level below, so we'd have to pay to get back. So
It's free to go down.
free to go down.
Well,
Well, it
so
was.
far as you think.
Well,
I say that though. It's free to go down.
Well,
Is it?
if there are several, there are several temples on this level. Yes.
Temples?
Temples like
Because,
religion.
places of religion.
No.
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 Oh, that's
there are
further
not.
up.
Okay.
There is
I
the
just-
main, the crystal sphere seems to be the temple.
Okay.
You've been there before, Earilon.
And is that
Right.
on this level or is that
It's
lower?
on the first district.
Ooh.
It's
Okay.
basically the. Remember, guys, when you seen the dragon's tooth come down to a point?
Yep.
There was that bulb. That's the crystal sphere. That's where it is, and it's right basically in the pseudo middle.
Of the
Of
of the
everything.
mountain. Okay.
Yeah, we could check the Earilon says we could check the halls of Corath over there and the Badajdrows College while we're here because that goes up to this level, I think.
Not to mention the Badajdrows College. I remember that pompous jerk.
Well, perhaps he won't be there that time. Maybe he has a different errand to run, and
That's cool. Great idea.
Somebody else's day to ruin.
well, hopefully not ours. Let's
What are we asking him? She looks at you, confused.
He taps on the handle of his hurdy-gurdy. I gotta talk to him about this hurdy-gurdy. I'm sure that nitwit at the front was a nitwit.
Oh, I'm sure if you call him a nitwit, he's going to jump to help you.
Well, I'll send him to Brel and then to hell. Okay.
Strong words for someone else who won't go back to Bro.
I'm not allowed.
Or eat meat.
Not allowed, or just don't.
I'd have to wear a hood, and that's hoping that nobody would recognize
Maybe
me.
you can get a hat like Frank.
He gestures to the hood on his little cloak there. Well, I don't know. Once I grow out this beard, I might be able to go back without somebody recognizing me, but
Are you guys walking and talking?
yeah, well,
Okay, so as you guys are walking, roll perception, everybody.
perception.
Frank's busy with
Three.
the 3?
One.
1?
18.
18. You see a few people exit the Gallon's Pious plate, and then you see one dressed in worker's uniform come out, look at you guys, and scurry off.
Our workers?
No, one of the workers from the bar, from the Gallon's Pious plate. Kind of wearing the same getup as the maitre d'.
He gestures back, Earilon does, and he says, there was a guy in a worker's uniform from the pious plate. They just ran off.
Maybe you needed the outhouse.
They looked at us before they did.
Well, maybe we need to get out of the middle of the street.
Yeah, let's go down.
Well, we could just go into the college.
Didn't sound like I had much luck there last time.
The college. Which one's closer, the halls or the college at this point?
College.
Yeah, let's just go to the college and we'll make do. We'll make do, and we'll. I don't want to put Frank out in the with the cart, so we'll have to see if we can put it somewhere.
Drag it up the stairs.
Yeah, drag it up the stairs.
Well, I'd say it's like a two-wheeled wheelbarrow kind of thing.
Okay, yeah, it's just a
Yeah,
small.
not something that Frank is carrying instead of a mule kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
We didn't time to it.
So
it is something that he can manage.
no, it's just like he's recognizable. That's the thing that Earilon's saying.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's a very recognizable person. A 6'3" half-bald burnt man human
In a city of
in
dwarves?
the city of dwarves.
Yeah, no, he's so.
So as you guys are walking through, you guys can see vendors and stuff like that. You guys can hear people singing down the way. One of the vendors is calling out, hot cider! Hot cider! Another one's calling out the sliced potato that goes on the stick.
No, those.
Can't remember what they call them.
They were like potato kebabs, basically.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. They're the spiralized potatoes.
They were good.
And you see over there, Geillis, one guy's hanging them out, and it's covered in this half. It's covered in this dark layer, and the other half is not. And he's calling out, "Potato spirals! Potato spirals! Potato spirals! Get your potato spirals!" He puts it in a stick, and he has like a few.
I just
sticking
ignore
out.
the rest of them and wander straight to the vendor.
Do I see this?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a whole bunch of people. There's a few.
Do I see her wander off?
Oh, I see.
That's a 10.
Oh yeah, I would imagine so.
I
'Cause
would say you see her wander off. She's not making any stealth out of it. You approach the vendor,
Mm.
and he says, "Hey, can I offer you one of these?
How much?
This one will be 2 gold."
I'll take 2.
He puts out his hand.
I give him. What did I have? I have a platinum.
I think
Do you
I have
any
my
other-
other money though. Yeah.
Yeah, you have other money.
I'll just give 2 gold.
He takes
4
it.
gold, I guess.
He takes 2 of them off, and he says, "Here you go."
Thank you. I take them, wander back, and hand one to Frank.
And Frank's like, "What the hell is this?"
It's delicious. Trust me. Just try it.
Takes a bite gingerly, and yeah, it's quite good. And you guys keep walking.
So, looking over his shoulder, does Earilon see anybody coming back with that worker?
Roll perception.
I'm rolling in the tray. Why not? It's a 9 plus. I gotta remember my modifier, dude. Jeez. Okay.
We haven't played in like 5 weeks.
13.
Most of my modifiers are easy.
You don't notice anybody in the similar livery or anybody particularly following you or looking at you this particular time.
Okay.
Aside from the regular onlookers
Yeah, who?
looking at Frank's half-burned head and stuff. Nobody's sticking out.
Poor Frank.
Geillis leans over to Earilon. You could lend him your cloak.
Frank, would you be okay with a cloak?
How tall are you?
Well, just cover his head. That's what I was
Your
thinking.
constitution is 9. Frank's constitution is 16. That's not going to fit.
He's a little too beefy
He's
for the elf.
5'10", so a little bit shorter.
Yeah, and about 9 or 10 inches wider
About 100 pounds.
at the shoulders.
Well, it's like a clip on, but it'd be tight.
Yeah.
So
I'm 5'5". No.
How big is the shirt I have on? It'd be quite large because I stole them from a camp of men.
Yeah, there was a camp of hunting, fighting men. I'd say it's perfect fit
For Frank.
for Frank.
Does he have anything else on?
He's got his armor and his traveler's clothes. He's all decked out.
So he's good.
Yeah,
So I was just thinking about like ripping off a piece and like making him a bandana or something.
to make it like fit. That'd be funny.
What?
That'd be funny.
Just make him a
Make him a
bandana.
bandana out of the shirt.
I don't know, I'm like a do-rag.
So you can do as you guys walk to the.
Yeah, you just see me just rip a piece off the bottom of my shirt. It's huge. My shirt goes like to my knees.
Shirt's basically a dress.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just Cereza sees you tearing apart clothing.
Trust me. And walk over to Frank and I motion for him to squat down because he's quite a bit taller than me, I think.
What?
I'm a short elf. Just squat down for a minute.
God damn it! Looks around, takes a knee.
And I like tie the fabric on his head so it completely covers it. But like not in a weird way. It looks
Now
okay.
he just looks like a pirate.
Yeah.
Even better. Okay, that's good. He touches his head and says, "How will it look?"
Perfect.
Well, better than before, I suppose, given your hair. He's just honest.
A natural 20.
The only time he rolls high.
Kind of stands up straight and crosses his arms. Says, "Where are we going?"
College for now. And then-
I just tuck the remnants of the bottom of my shirt into my huge belted pants.
We're going to the college again, so hopefully that, lack of a better word, Ars is not there. But even if he is, I'm sure we'll make do.
I think he runs.
Kinder would be. There's kinder words, but none is accurate.
We'll make do. So they pull up to the college.
You guys are at the outside of the college. You walk through the luscious green areas of grass and the two pools on your left and right hand side. The topiaries cut to resemble gods of the different 8 gods.
Gotcha. All right. So is
How
there
big is-
anybody there?
How big is it?
How big is the pool of water?
Oh, the pool of water is probably 30 by 60.
Like a
It's
swim.
not as
swimming-
small. It looks more decorative. You're not sure how deep it is. You look over, there's like fish swimming around and everything, and that kind of pool. Yeah, you don't see anybody in it.
Not yet.
No. Can I roll insight to see what Geillis is thinking of?
As you guys are walking, the walkway kind of ramps upwards towards the doors.
You saw 16 on the dice. What do you?
She's kind of like drifting towards the water. Like, like we're walking this way, but she's kind of like veering a little bit.
He kind of just walks along. He looks at Cereza, looks at Geillis, looks at Cereza.
I shrug.
I don't. One moment. He just goes. He goes along with Geillis and he kind of goes ahead of her for a second, just pokes his head into her view. You're not thinking of going in there, are you?
Kind of like snap back to reality a little bit. I'm like, it's the first bit of water and greenery I've seen down here. First bit of real nature. I just wanted to see if it felt like anything.
You're an adult. So
What does that have to do with anything?
it means you can do whatever you want. I'm not responsible. So
You're an adult.
You are officially dubbed an adult.
You are bisexual, and I am an adult.
I need an adult.
Hey, Liz.
I am an adult. Oh no. So Earilon kind of looks around. He hasn't left Geillis' side yet, but I'm sure she probably went more towards the water.
She's got both feet in the grass now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's great. You feel
Kicked
the
off her
nice,
shoes
cool grass.
together.
It's kind of curling up. It's not really trimmed. It's kind of overgrown, maybe about 7 or 8 inches, but feels like real grass on your
Just
feet.
kind of getting like lightheaded from the feeling of real grass, and you can see she kind of just looks like she's a little high off the feeling of grass.
I think a druid would be more connected to the earth when you're within it, but I suppose the topiary and this grass, it does remind you a lot of the wilds.
I find the rock to be more suffocating than grounding.
I suppose, yes. Let's see. Earilon looks around just to see if there's anybody there who looks like they would be like a guide, and hopefully not that same dude.
Or guard.
You currently see the doors are closed.
Yep.
You do see workers out in the field. They seem to be just delicately trimming the topiaries. Now they look perfect already, but they're going with these just small hand scissors and shears, just going.
Is this near where I'm standing?
Well, there's 4 or 5 of them kind of
Okay.
sparse. There's probably one within 20 or 30 feet of you anyway.
Being trimmed
Has he,
actively.
has he noticed me? Standing there in the grass, just like...
They all seem to be kind of aloof in what they're doing. There's one over there kind of just smile on their face, kind of sprinkling things into the pond, and you can see the fish come up and bloop, 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 and they swim away. And
They're as light as you are.
I like the greenery, okay?
it's what it is. It's a trap. Go in the water.
Is the water like, is the ground here like the water's like elevated, or is it like
It's on the same level.
same level?
Yeah.
So I could like walk into it essentially.
You take a step into the water, DC 25 Constitution saving throw. Like, oh my god.
Save versus death. What?
Do you go to the
She's
water?
gonna kneel and like just stick her hand in the water.
And it's going to be a disadvantage because they're all aloof. And that's okay. So as you stick your hand in Earilon and Cereza, you notice that one of the ones a little bit further away, maybe about 50 feet or so, kind of are just glancing over as they're trimming behind the topiary, and they look, and you can see them stop what they're doing and furrow their brow and begin to rush up, and they say, "No, you mustn't! You must not touch the water, it's not permitted!"
But it's water.
Why not?
It's not permitted. It's meant to preserve the beauty. To taint is the word I'm looking for. To taint it with anything else wouldn't be good for Fel'Than. This is kept by her eyes. You must leave it be.
Do I notice anything about the water? Do it feels, smells,
Roll
make me
perception.
feel? Oh, 20 for 25.
Right, yes you do. It's beautiful. It's perfect. It's perfectly cool temperature. The fish seem immaculate. There's nothing wrong with them. You put your hand in, and as soon as you take it out, as the person kind of hollered out from way across the way, the fish kind of come over and bloop, bloop at the top of the water.
But does it feel like it has any magical properties? It just feels like nice clean water.
Yeah, and you guys can see like lily pads, just everything seems to be perfectly placed. Meticulous even, but also organic.
I so badly just want to dive right in there. But I can't
As
think
the
of
person
anything.
gets up closer to you now, you can see that it's Dragonborn. Give this one to be a Dragonborn.
Like a Tanith Dragonborn?
No, one of the
Okay.
salamander-like
Okay.
Dragonborn. And stands beside you, and about the same height as you. You notice these Dragonborn are significantly shorter than the Tanith counterpart, where Tanith is like 6'11".
Mm.
They're like 5'8", 5'6", 5'9", something like that. And they say, "I understand it's tempting to touch and grasp what Fel'Than has given us, but you mustn't. It's for looking only. To change it could take many years to replace that change which was originally supposed to be there. Nobody has fiddled with the pools in years. I would like to keep it that way. Please use your eyes."
Imagine. She gives a longing look at the water and then stands up slowly, backs away from it.
She nods and says, "I thank you. Now please, if you're going to the college, use the walkway."
Get off the grass.
Can I roll a religion? Because that seems very, very, very
Culty.
secular
doesn't it?
to Feldara because beauty is to be enjoyed, not.
And they don't do they worship Feldara under here?
Well, it isn't the College of.
And this is the Badajdrows College of Bardic Excellence.
Yeah, so it's not exclusively Feldara, but yeah.
I would imagine
so that is a 18 on a religion check. This does not seem like typical.
18, you would know, and you would all know that gods are not solely followed in one place. Every place where there's a god in an actual temple, it's a conglomerated temple, a pantheon.
Yeah.
Yes. And you would also know that singular temples are gone for several hundreds of years now. Since there's a good rule, since the time of Gods fell. When that occurred, there were no more singular temples because that was what drew the cracks amongst the gods and split them apart and basically began the time of Gods fell. But they seem to be here.
What are you doing over there?
Okay.
Slightly heavy on the Feldara,
Good or like good?
which is definitely eyebrow raising.
And but it doesn't seem counter. It doesn't seem counter to Feldara's typical teachings about beauty, how it's to be enjoyed, and
To some degree, yes. That was definitely a little overbearing on their part. But you just walked on the grass.
Cereza is not. She is not that type. If I was playing a different character, Cereza, they would say something, but Cereza is not the type to cause a scene.
Earilon sees the conflict, well, or does he? Would he see the kind of like furrowed brow?
At the mention, at how he's talking, Cereza is not going to say anything, but she most certainly. Look, it's not so much a furrowed brow; it's more of a excuse me, sort of look on her face, but she doesn't say anything.
That's not what I have read.
What?
That's not what I have read.
And what her
What you think? It's like that's not what I've read.
No, exactly. Since when is the beauty of nature supposed to be not enjoyed by people?
Are you saying this out
No,
loud?
no.
Okay.
She just looks at this dragonborn like, what crackpot book of Feldara's teachings are you looking at?
Earilon just kind of notices the look on Cereza's face, and he just kind of holds it in a hand, kind of pacifyingly. He's like, I'm sure that we all have differing beliefs on this kind of matter, but it's always good to just respect those for the time being, and then, so we don't get removed from the premises.
I was removed from the premises.
I'm sure we'll find another pool somewhere else. Perhaps not as beautiful or captivating, but a pool nonetheless. Earilon will kind of mosey on over to the door to the college, and he'll take a deep breath, just, please don't be there, please don't be there, please don't be there. He opens
And
the
who
door.
opens the door?
As you approach the door opens by itself.
Please don't be there. Please don't be there. I really don't feel like punching somebody.
As the door opens, you guys can hear this wonderful melodic music in this quick paced sound. You guys can hear. Haldera's here, bring family near, to old and new, God see you true, vine spreading life, smolder ending strife, true sword was sheathed, loved one bereaved. And then you hear see somebody in the distance do this with their arms. They spread them out flat like this, and they turn around and look. And everybody in the choir stops. There's about 80 people in the choir. 80 dwarves and dragonborn in the choir.
Oh.
And she turns around, and she looks at you four, and begins to walk over. And she says, "To what do I owe the honor of this interruption?"
Apologies for the interruption. I was just, let's see, he looks around for a moment. Yeah, the college, this is just one part of the college? Like one room?
This is the first floor of the college.
Okay. I was wondering if you could direct me in somewhere that perhaps you have any. He kind of pulls the instrument over his shoulder to show the hurdy-gurdy. He doesn't take it off, but it's like, do you have any hurdy-gurdy players there that I can talk to by chance?
Poor choir master.
She roll persuasion.
Yep, sure. No.
He's oblivious to the fact that they're having a massive choir practice.
Nat 16, so 20.
20. She says, "Aye, there are people who repair such things."
He lights up like a kid in the candy shop. Oh, thank God.
Hold yourself.
Oh,
What business do you have here?
I both have the affinity for the hurdy-gurdy and I
A
was
student?
an aspiring apprentice,
Even better.
and somebody who is also looking to get it fixed because I'm stupid and I broke it.
Aye. Well, what happens when you're such an apprentice?
He just
It happens when you're stupid.
Yeah, I
He
was
froze his
expecting to say
he
that.
froze his brow for a moment, but he's like, he scrunches his face. He's like, yes. So where are they?
Well,
Please.
are you a patron of the college?
Newcomer. Suppose
You
you'd say.
come. Well then, unfortunately, those particular avenues for repair are not available to just those who walk around outside of our college walls.
I am staying here, not here, but in the area.
Aye, you and the rest of the dwarves out there. But you don't see them in here bugging me.
Is there some sort of fee or something I
Fee?
can pay to
Yes, of course. There's a fee.
admit myself for a?
Do you wish to join the college?
That'd be most nice. Just
Most things.
Most nice.
that'd
I
be
like that.
most nice. How
Put
much?
that on a card. Most nice. Mucho bueno.
I don't want to distract too much from your performance because it was lovely, but
Oh, thank you.
was there any admittance person that I could speak to rather than you?
Of course,
so you
you'll
can-
have to speak with Immaculus Culo. He's
He's the other guy.
Oh, you see Cereza curse. She mouths the words to a rather not pleasant elven
She
curse.
wasn't here before, so
Right.
she's like, "Why do you guys be so
So
rude?"
as you look over at Geillis, at the same time you can see at the corner of Geillis, you can probably see this person that you met kind of put their hand up to their ear and kind of point in a direction and whisper something, and then she says, "Hi, he'll be down here in just a few moments."
Earilon's ears twitch and he just scrunches his face. He's like,
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind waiting over there and not making any noise. The acoustics in here are quite good, and we're practicing very hard.
"Do you have another room we could go into, perchance?"
No.
Oh, okay.
No other rooms in this whole college.
Will do.
So you guys take your seats.
Yep. We'll take the seats.
So, out of curiosity, are you either proficient in perform or
Proficient, like
do you have proficiency in performance?
no.
He's been flying by the seat of his pants on that machine.
I have a +6 performance because I'm proficient in it.
I'm +1.
Because of your charisma.
Yep.
Okay.
Even I have a +2.
He's a noble background with a +1 to charisma.
It's in his blood, that's why he's noble.
Cereza has an interesting background.
So as you guys are waiting, you can hear the choir continue.
A bottle mat.
You can
What?
see
Battle mat. Bottle mat.
Sorry, this side's losing it.
Yeah.
We're losing it.
as you guys sit down, you can hear the choir start up again as the lady that you met, the dragon. Did I say what she was?
Yeah,
she was
dwarf. It was the choir of dwarfs. I don't know if
dwarves and dragonborn. You said, and this one was one of those salamander like dragonborns. You said.
Dragonborn. Gotcha. Thank you. As she walks back to the choir and holds her hands out again and sweeps them back inwards, and the choir starts right back up. And it continues. Halder's here, bringing family near, to all the new, God see you true. Hand welcome soul, she remains below, seeds are meant to sow, tend and watch them grow. And then she stops and she says, oh, amazing, beautiful. It will be great for the performance that we must do. It will be great. Now, file out, get what you have to get done, prepare yourselves. And she walks back over to you guys. And she says, my name is Geladine.
Good to meet you, Kaladin.
What is your name?
Oh, Earilon.
Earilon? She looks at you, Cereza.
Cereza of Kraut.
Oh, he says Earilon Goldpetal. So he gave his last name.
After that, you remind you, and she looks back at you. Gold Petal. I see. And you, what is your name?
Geillis.
Just Geillis?
Just Geillis.
And she looks over at Frank, doesn't ask him a question.
And he, Earilon gestures back. That's Frank.
Just
Frank growls
a
slightly.
silent mouth move, and then she passes on. So what is your interest in the college?
Well, in all truth and honesty, I both want to learn any kind of, songs for the hurdy-gurdy, and, so I can take them on my travels to spread, musical influence and this lesser-known instrument, and honor my grandfather, because it was his.
Very profound way to create your music. Now, it's just something you do for your profession?
Not necessarily a profession, more just for appreciation for him, his history, and the enjoyment of music.
We all get called to our callings for various reasons. Immaculus will be here momentarily. Make yourselves comfortable. Follow me.
Certainly.
And you guys follow her into a room. It seems... see, we go here. Roll perception, everybody.
Before anything else happens.
13.
13.
12.
12. 21. Geillis, you're going to notice that this room is oddly shaped. It's long and it's oval. And at the far end, you can see the... at the end of it, it branches off into another room. And you kind of look around it. It feels like this entire room is shaped like an instrument. Almost like you're sitting within the bowels of a lute.
Huh. Interesting.
But then you follow her into this room at the very back. And it's another fairly large room, I'd say about 30 by 30 circular. And sitting there is Immaculus Cuculo in this large leather-bound chair that goes up about 3 feet past his head. He's behind this massive gold and mahogany desk. It's mahogany.
Mahogany.
And he lifts his eyes up, and it's a smile, and then it's a frown. And he stands up right away, and he says, Geladine, what is this? What have you brought me? I threw these ones out here the other day. And she kind of looks, her mouth was kind of hanging open. He said he wanted to join the college. And then he looks at you and he says, well, why didn't you say that the other day?
I was in a one-track goal because I was running errands, so I apologize for the brevity of my last visit. But now that I have more time on my hands...
Perhaps you'll be a little more long-winded with your answers then.
Perhaps, yes.
Aye. Thank you, Geladine. She leaves.
So, Immaculus, I can't recall if I gave you my name last time, but I'm Earilon Goldpetal.
Nice to meet you again, Earilon.
And,
He
last
stays behind the desk and doesn't offer his hand.
last we spoke, of course, Nay got off to little bit of a wrong foot, but
I remember your dragonborn friend tried to throw his cool weight around here. I'll have none of that.
yeah, he's recuperating, injured, perhaps karmic, and
The gods are funny that way.
humor is befitting of them in some cases, I suppose. But Earilon kind of pulls the hurdy-gurdy over again. I want to learn how to play better, and I do need it repaired. Geladine did say that there were some folks that kind of handle that here around this kind of area in the college, and also players of the hurdy-gurdy.
She did she? Well,
She
to join the college, you must be either invited through some great act, or you can pay.
How much would it be to pay?
It's 2,000 gold per year.
Let's get that bag from Rabin.
Earilon closes his eyes and he utters a silent prayer in Elven. I'm going to use my dice of inspiration to roll a performance with the hurdy-gurdy.
Are you going to play for him?
Yeah, he pulls out the hurdy-gurdy. A great act, you say.
With a flat hurdy-gurdy.
Yeah. Forgive me for this is missing the swing gear, he says to preface.
That's a wasted one, eh?
Wasted.
What do you get?
7.
7.
So as you begin to play it, it's you can tell
He's already
right off the bat.
getting frustrated because he is playing and it was doing okay back at the manse. Maybe something shifted.
What didn't shift? The place you were in. The acoustics in this room are so magnificent that you can hear every bad gear, and especially the sound of the swing gear just not being there.
He's playing the right notes, but it's just coming out terrible.
And you play for a few minutes, and Immaculus comes over and he watches you. He watches your finger movements, and he points at you just for a second, and you change the note again because you just made a slight error. Then you stop, and he says, "If you don't mind me saying, you don't seem too skilled with the hurdy-gurdy."
Yes, I'm aware. My grandfather only taught me the one song.
So you only know one song?
That's why I want to learn more.
Well, the price is there. It's a 2,000 gold for a year, and it'll give you everything you need, and I can guarantee by the end of it, you'll know more than one song.
Of course. I don't have 2,000 gold, though.
Not yet.
Hold that thought, Immaculus. We have some errands to run, and perhaps by the end of the day we may.
Is there any reason why any of it your friends followed you here?
She liked the grass, and she's a follower of Fel'Than.
Of course. You must have been drawn here.
Yes.
He just spilled the beans.
She liked the grass.
She liked the grass, and she was a follower of Fel'Than.
And I'm something of a singer.
Is that so?
And I could only admire the talent of the choir that was performing when we arrived.
Yes. They are significant. They are of significant quality. They will be playing in the Crystal Sphere during the Halderan celebration. You said you're a singer? Do you wish to join the College of Fel'Than? Sorry, the college. Do you wish to join the college?
I take a look over at Earilon for a moment, looking at the broken instrument and the look of utter frustration
Give
and
me a baseline.
no, it's more the utter
the dismay and of the not be of the way that the instrument sounded and everything, and
now you can
it's
hear it really bad.
yeah. I would.
Well, please.
Using my
Wait 1 moment. He goes over to the desk and he puts his hand on this sphere, and it glows bright white.
okay.
Not affecting any of the light in the other room. It's just another effect of light.
Okay. Well, I am going to use my dice of inspiration. Take it back. 19. Oh God, thank you.
It's a natural one.
My first dice was a 1.
Oh,
The extra dice was a 19 for a 25.
Okay. So, as you begin to sing, the acoustics swing your voice around the room as it swirls with this absolute wonder. You can see the look on Immaculuous' face.
I'm singing the song that they were singing in the choir. I'm
Sing
not
it.
going to sing it.
Sing it.
I am not going to destroy everybody's eardrums
Did you
with
make
mine.
that yourself?
You want to read it?
I will not.
I'll sing it for you. No. I used to sing in a church choir, believe it or not.
I could
With
never
like
sing.
10 old women, and it was terrible.
Look, I could not carry a tune in a bucket. Okay? So I'm not going to get the one Patreon we have right now to become not a
take a
patron
picture
by
of it?
listening to me
Yeah,
singing.
So
We'll do this
But
next
that is
Christmas.
the song that I sing.
We'll sing this as a choir next Christmas.
There you go. Everyone has something about a god. A bunch of clues in there. So you begin your singing, and Immaculuous puts his hands together, and he just sits there listening. It's just straight face for a time, and then as you begin to really get into it, he begins to smile, and you can see joy light his face. And as you come in for the crescendo and you flow out for the end of the song, before you finish, he begins to clap. And the clapping echoes throughout the room, and he says,
Like sound effects crew.
And he says, well, you're in no need of a college. You're in need of finishing. What you need is the Fel'Than Finishing Academy. And he looks over at you, Earilon. He says, you will need the college. So, go gather what funds you need and bring them here and we'll get you in.
of course.
You come with me.
There's no care for me, apparently. I just
My
want the
entire
bronze.
point of joining was to get the hurdy-gurdy fixed by being a part of it. I'm trying
But-
to save them $2,000.
But you're still in.
Earilon just furrows his brow for a moment. Immaculuous.
He looks, he says, yes.
If by any chance such an asset, he gestures to Cereza, would be of any use, he looks to her.
Are you pimping her out?
No. Well,
If she's a juice.
She's pimping herself out by performing for him.
that performance was staggeringly beautiful.
I would agree.
So, if not, as she is one of my compatriots, would it be possible, out of the kindness of your heart, to allow me to just learn here, even for a short while, without any need to pay so much, perhaps?
Oh, perception with advantage.
Persuasion with advantage.
Persuasion with advantage, sorry.
It's a 13.
It's beatable.
It's beatable, very beatable. 4?
Although he's got a huge charisma, but it's not enough.
It's like borderline.
So he kind of rubs his hands together and he says,
He takes a knee when he says that.
You're begging now?
He does take a knee.
well, those who would give themselves to Feldera openly, perhaps. And he looks over at you, Cereza, and he says, your friend seems to be in need.
He is.
Perhaps if you would agree to perform in the Halderan rituals,
I would be honored.
well, then you will come with me. Earilon, go meet with Geladin. Tell her you have my leave to get your equipment prepared and whatever training you would like.
Earilon, just a brightness goes across his face, and he gets up and he hugs Immaculus.
Roll an attack.
An attack. He says, "Thank you."
You're gonna hug Immaculus.
It's a 9 on the dice.
It's a 9.
He's not like going in fast. He's just.
He takes a step back, but then you catch up to him and you give him a hug, and you guys, Cereza and Geillis and Frank, can see the look on his face. It's just this. I'm trying to. There's.
Oh, he does have
There's
that
a look.
He does have that perfume on.
Oh, that's
from,
right.
From the cold snap.
I forgot about that. That was supposed to give you advantage with charisma-based things. I forgot about it. Thank you for reminding me.
Going forward,
yes. And then he smells the smell of Grell, and his face calms, and he says, "That is a wonderful scent you're wearing."
thank you. I got it. He leaves. Yeah, still hugging him. No, he pats him on the back and lets go of him. And he says, "Oh, this. Yes, I got that from. I think from one of the tailors."
Obviously, it's from there. I know the scent very well.
And he adds, "They gave it to me out of courtesy." Very.
Because he's
I
poor.
would be pleased if he'd give me the courtesy of not hugging me without a request, please.
Apologies. Being from Brow, I'm sure you understand.
I prefer to preserve my appearance of beauty rather than have it fouled by unknown hands upon my body.
I understand.
I'm very standoffish.
And I apologize, but I've been trying to get this fixed for nigh upon a year, so I apologize.
I understand. Go find Geladin and she'll take care of you. And give her this, and he flicks you a coin. It's a coin, a big silver coin with Fel'Than on one side and another face on the other side.
He catches it between two fingers. He rolled a little sleight of hand thing, and he got
Nimble.
13.
That'll help you.
No, being of a monastic tradition as well, it definitely does help with dexterity. He twiddles his fingers and he says, "Going to Geladin, thank you very much." And he turns tail and he walks briskly as he starts to like sprint, but then he just stops himself.
As you leave,
I guess I'm following Immaculus.
he looks back at you, Cereza, and he says, "Please follow me."
I'm just standing there.
So you're planning on. So you're going to leave. I look back and I mouth the words, "You owe me."
He looks back. He's like, yeah. He just waves his hand. He's like, later.
So are they both going to end up staying at the college? Like, is there like
Maybe.
dorms and all that? Like, what about me?
Exactly.
No.
Do you have performance?
Earilon will probably still stay at the manse.
Well, maybe if you turn into a wolf, I can get you special permission to use the grounds.
I just want to play in the water.
So, Immaculus takes you to. There's
I don't
another
think
door.
anything else here to
on
do.
the
I
right-hand
just
side
have
of
to
the
wait
room.
spring.
Yeah, you're more in the halls of Corath.
I found everything I
Or
could
sorry,
find there.
my mistake. You guys all
Maybe
walk
not.
out of that office. The door is in the other room is in the large room. My mistake. So you guys all vacate Immaculus's office and into the main room. You guys can see Geladin talking to someone new, perhaps, that have come into the college, and Immaculus then leads you, Cereza, to a room on the right-hand side. He says, "There's a stool there," and he says, "Please, take a seat."
She does.
Grabs the chair, leaves.
Take a seat, yeah.
Is it a like cushion stool, or is it just a wooden stool?
I'm really
Or...
picky.
It's a wooden stool with a nice red cushion
You
on the
get
top
there. I'm
of
gonna
it.
move.
Okay.
Because if it was one without a cushion, I would have used the purple cushion that she has in her bag.
Oh, there you go.
Just carrier.
Yes. And it has very sentimental value to her.
Okay. But you sit on it.
Yes. Because it's hers. It comforts her.
So as you sit, he takes another seat around, kind of on the opposite side of the door. Another similar large red leather chair with gold trim. He sits on it. And he says, "Your voice is quite amazing. To fulfill the obligation, I'll need you to sing at the Fel'Than Festival.
Of course.
There will be the pinnacle event in about 3 weeks, where you'll be performing in the crystal sphere in front of the entirety of the shears. Your image will be shot down into the Korg and the Grav." Then he passes you a thick bundle of music, maybe about an inch thick worth of parchment. And he says, "Familiarize yourself with all of these. I can't be sure which song they're going to be requested to sing." And he passes it over to you. It's like a very large, thick bundle of parchment. Then he says, "You're welcome to stay here at the finishing academy. But you don't have to. Be at your will. You will have a room within."
Probably much nicer than the man's. And it's in better air.
Yeah, but the thing is, being how far down is the are
Man's?
they?
levels.
Through one district and down through the tram. It's about two. It's about an hour and a half of travel, maybe 2 hours, including the walking.
Well, my one concern with staying here would be my companions all reside several levels below.
Do they?
Yes. I believe it's, well,
You're on the second district.
yeah, I don't know how to describe where we are from
Gotcha.
where they are, so
Below.
I tell him basically where they're staying, and my
Yes.
only concern is the travel between there and here. Well,
I understand.
yeah.
I see. Well, you'd be more than welcome to stay down in a mine, but you'll need to be up here at least every couple of days for practice. He rummages through his coat and he flicks you a coin, a silver coin. Fel'Than's head on one side and somebody else's on the other.
Oh, I managed to catch it. 18.
Nice.
Okay.
And if you're going to be within a part of the Fel'Than Finishing Academy, you'll be having to wear something that recognizes you as a follower of Fel'Than.
She looks down at
Colors
the clothing that she's wearing. Is that not?
It'll do.
It is.
You best
Tattered.
you best dress a little more adequately if you're going to be performing in front of lots of people, though. For one around the city, I suppose it's okay. But next time you're here, dress with purpose. And remember, preserve your beauty.
You're really big on preserving beauty here.
Yeah, I'm picking up on that too. Because there's supposed to be beauty in all things, regardless. This preserving beauty thing is strange. But I don't say anything about it. I just got my foot in the door. I don't feel like having it slammed on my foot.
Ooh, that's correct. Let's see if it's too corrupt. Oh.
Do I get to make a deception to see if he picks up on what I'm thinking?
This could be a nat 20.
Well, I have a plus.
You guys probably have the exact same
I have a
charisma
plus.
stat.
I have a +6 to my deception, so that's a 23.
He looks at you quizzically for a moment, doesn't say anything.
Okay. Well,
And he says, "The academy is yours to explore. Don't leave your friends in here. You're responsible for them. Especially that big ugly one. I don't want him standing around here. And don't bring him back
I'm not worried about
Very
me.
well.
I'm there. I don't say a word. I'm
Alright,
just quiet
well,
all the time. So.
Cereza and
I was dragged
Necklace
off on
are
my
in a room
own.
by themselves.
Oh, okay.
You are in the room with Earilon and Geillis.
Well, I will have to retrieve my effects from where I'm currently staying then. If I'm to stay here.
Of course.
Nicer. Truly.
It is, but it's the splitting the party. I'm no longer staying in the same on the same layer of this place, let alone the rest of the.
Yeah, but we're not probably gonna do a whole lot down here for the rest of the winter, are we?
Depends. Well,
All depends on what sort of nonsense we get into.
I suppose, yeah.
exactly.
So as we're going to
You can come
skip
visit us on the weekends.
out to Geillis, you guys see she's gesturing someone outside the door with a long finger, and they leave.
So,
You're going, peasant.
Geillis would probably have to jog to keep up with Earilon because he's
That's right.
nimble.
He's happy.
Yeah, he's
And
happy.
I'm short. I have short little legs.
He has 40 feet movement, so
Yeah.
he's just
I'm
going.
30, I think.
Yeah.
So you catch up to you get to Geillis before Geillis and Frank. Frank's
So-
behind Geillis with the cart.
He brought
So-
that thing in.
Didn't tell him not to.
We told them to bring it in because we didn't want people
yeah.
to know that we were out and we were in here. We originally came in here just to hide.
He rolls
Are
a.
those people still following?
Don't know.
So he rolled a little acrobatics to kind of like do a little twist and kind of slide into Geldine's view.
We had
And-
fancy pants
Yeah.
today.
So he did a 50. So he, 50. Rolled 11 on the dice. And he just, a beaming smile, ear to ear almost. He's like, Immaculus, let me in.
It's like a kid. I get to play.
Yeah. She just kind of takes about 2 or 3 seconds to respond to you, and she says, "Well, congratulations."
Do you know what this means? It's been a year. He's like shoulder. He's like putting one hand there. He can't register which side the hurdy-gurdy's strapped to. He's like this. It's been a year. It's been a whole year. I've tried so many people. I've talked to so many people.
Did he give you anything?
He holds up a coin.
Of course, then.
This.
Where would you like to? Where would you like to start? What would you like to see?
I need this repaired.
Of
It's
course.
missing a swing gear.
We'll see what we can do.
So, where would I go?
Follow me.
Anyway, just get out of here.
So you guys head into the opposite room. Geillis, do you follow, or do you stay in the main room with Frank?
I'll stay with Frank.
Okay. So you guys go into the opposite room that Cereza went into, and it seems to be one of those elevators. Within here, you can see tapestries, one on each wall that curve around of Fel'Than singing, sitting in this very large tree over the ocean, looking out at a storm front, and it moves up, and it moves up. As you get off into another somewhat round room, skinnier than the other ones, but seems to be more elongated, and as you look down one side of it, it seems to get skinny and arch out in a neck, and it almost, roll perception,
Nat 20.
at 20, almost looks like a lute, like you're kind of sitting in the belly of a lute. But as soon as you walk in here, you can hear all sorts of different music coming from all sorts of different places, different instruments, different people singing, and it's just a conglomerate of different music. And as soon as she walks in, she claps her hands hard, and there's quiet. And she says, "Take your instruments to your rooms and practice there." And everybody quite quickly clears out. There's still a few people wandering around, but then she walks you down this long hallway where you can see door after door. They seem to be rooms. One or two of them are open, and it's a very simple room. There's a bed, there's a stand for your instrument, and a small amount of things that would, a small shelf, very small amount of things. There are people in there, you can hear them practicing behind the doors once they go in there and shut them.
Mm-hmm.
And she leads you down a couple ways to another door. She opens it, and in here you can see probably about 50 different instruments sitting hung up on the wall just all around, and there's one oldish gnome sitting on a stool with an instrument kind of perched up on a stand, and he seems to be restringing it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, restringing it.
Okay.
She comes in and where's another name that? Yeah. Is that it? I can't remember now. And she says, Alum, we need you to repair an instrument.
Yes.
And
He
puts
has
his
no
head up.
parts for hurdy-gurdies.
Probably.
He puts his head up and he looks and he says, Geladine, good to see you again. He says, who's this?
Alan, is it? He kind of like walks past Galadine and he offers a handout. I'm Earilon Goldpetal. Very, very pleased to meet you.
He's got both hands on the strings right now, and
He puts his
looks at your hand and kind of ties one off and reaches over and shakes your hand. He says, hi, nice to meet you, Earilon.
I messed up about a year ago, almost. He pulls this out. And it's a smaller hurdy-gurdy than what he'd probably be familiar with, possibly. And he says, this is missing a swing gear. It's been a year. This is a Krellin hurdy-gurdy.
Krellin hurdy-gurdy, you say? Well, I haven't seen one of these in many years. Would you mind?
Yes. He just offers it gingerly. He's on one knee again.
Okay, so you have to be if you're going to gesture up towards the gnome.
Yeah.
So he takes it and his brow kind of furrows, but not in a bad way, just in a very unexpected way. And he takes it and he begins to play a bit of a tune. Okay, rolled another 4, but it was with advantage, so not bad. And he begins to turn it and play it slowly, and then you can see his eyes kind of twinge, and as he slows it over one particular part and back, and then forth and back, he says, "Aye, your swing gear is not operable."
Yeah, I know. It sounds flat.
So he puts it down on his desk and just quickly and without ease, he puts his 2 fingers on one spot and the other finger on the other, clicks it, and the back end flops down, and he kind of looks inside and he says, "Hey, did you do this yourself?"
Yes.
"Aye.
My grandfather will kill me if it's not in a state of repair.
Well, it's not looking too good in here.
I'm aware.
You're gonna have to leave it with me for a couple of days."
Do whatever you need. I don't care. I just need it fixed so my grandfather doesn't kill me when I
Alright.
go back.
Alright, well, come on back in a couple of days and maybe make it a week. Make it a week.
However long you need. I could hug you.
Please don't.
People don't like hugs.
Okay. It's been a year. Thank you so much, Alan.
He looks at Geladine and doesn't say anything. They kind of share a look with each other, and then Geladine speaks up. Then Geladine speaks up and says, "Well, Earilon,
Yes.
you've dropped off your equipment. I suppose you can't do much training without it.
No, that's
So-
okay.
Come with me then."
My room. I have a room and board down further in the levels, and a mine. To prevent.
You're living on a mine?
Yes, but you can rent my room out to another student. That's fine. I have room and board in another location.
Very well. You'll need your documents first.
Of course.
She leads you down a way and she gives you another equally sized stack of parchment, and she says, "This is some material that we've had made. Good for practice, very beginner level. So for someone of your stature, I'm sure it'll be just fine.
Of course.
Until then, you'll be out of luck with an instrument if you're able to get another one anyway.
Oh no, probably not anywhere around here you could find one of the same caliber. My
I
grandfather.
do expect a Krellian hurdy-gurdy is hard to come by.
Yep. No, especially one that's traveled on the seas around. He just trails off for a moment.
And you can see Gelladine kind of fold her arms, just waiting for you to finish as you...
Around the tailings. My grandfather was a sailor.
Well, feel free to discuss what you need to discuss and share your tales with those who are around. The college is yours to explore.
Oh, yes. The documents for all that I need, could you take them to a copyist and have them copied so that I have an extra copy just in case?
This is yours.
Okay, you have your own.
We have many copies.
Very good. So he'll take the copy and let's see. He'll put some of the documents into his sack. I guess he would have like a little thing, and he kind of feels the lack of weight of his hurdy-gurdy, and he's like, oh, okay.
In a year.
It's been a year.
So then she says, if you wouldn't mind on your way out, take the other two with you.
Oh, well, Geillis is with Frank, and I'll take them, of course. I don't know where's the finishing academy, because Cereza was taken there.
It's just over there. She gestures to the stone wall, and she says, you have to get through the front on the... You can access the academy on the 4th district.
4th district? Okay.
You went up.
I'm going up. I haven't gone up there yet.
Does that elevator cost anything? Or is it just
For
part of the college?
students of the college and for members of the Fel'Than Academy, transport from up and down is free.
Okay, good. So since I'm a part of the college now, I'll go and I'll get Cereza, and I'll
As you come down through that elevator, she directs you to. You guys go down. Geillis and Frank are there, still waiting, and at that point, Cereza comes out the other door.
As he crosses, he looks over to Frank and Geillis. He says, I'm going to go get Cereza. And then...
And I just point
And then
as she
I'm
comes out of the door.
I'm going to go get Cereza. Oh, hi, Cereza. You let me into the college. All right, you were there. You got me into the college. Thank you. What do I owe you?
Everything.
I haven't decided yet.
Oh. Okay. So
I just hope it's worth it.
he took my hurdy-gurdy. He took my hurdy-gurdy, and he's gonna fix it. He's gonna fix it. He's gonna fix my hurdy-gurdy. It's been a year. He's gonna fix it. My grandfather won't kill me.
I look at Frank and I say,
I
"This
just
one's
sort of
the
nod.
lion."
Yeah.
Frank's kind of looking around at all the tapestries and all the artwork and everything, and he says, "A lot of Feldera in here. Seems to be just everything in here is dedicated to Feldera."
Well, where it's not a temple, it would be more likely to be dedicated to a particular part of the pantheon that is responsible for beautiful things, as most of the bardic arts are considered to be.
I guess so. As you don't see this most anywhere else. There's no places like this devoted to Oros that I've seen.
That you've seen.
Well, wouldn't that mostly be around the depths?
I follow Oros even though I'm in Delron. What do you think, I'm some fool who follows Delron? I haven't made prey to him in years. One time I did. My brother has been a pain in the ass, and I wished a cruel infection of bugs on him. It happened.
Careful what you wish for.
It was quite funny, but, well, you're right, I guess.
Well, I suppose our business is handled here. He's
Hopefully.
like giddy. Earilon's giddy as heck.
So you would, you weren't on level 4 yet.
No,
Is there anything you would want to ask Immaculus before you leave?
How would I find? How would I find my quarters here?
Oh,
when I
about
return?
that. Did I make it sound like you had to stay here?
No.
Okay, good. Just
I'm deciding to because I have to be up for practice every couple of days and all that. I'm gonna stay up here and
Until Christmas.
until the at the very least until that performance is over.
All right.
Yeah, that'll work. I mean, because it's downtime anyway, right? So
Yeah,
it works.
exactly.
Yeah.
So Immaculus says, I'm giving him an Irish accent. I forgot he didn't have when he was human. No Irish accent. He was from Delron.
Well, if he lives among dwarves, eventually he kind of gets that.
Yeah. Whoops. That's what you get for not playing the campaign for 6 weeks, though.
It's okay.
All right. So it's going to continue on in his non-Irish voice, and he's going to say, "Well," and I forgot his voice. He had this deep, welcoming,
There's the well.
heavy voice. And he says, that coin will give you free passage. There we go, that's how I sounded like. And we'll give you free passage to anywhere in the Shears. You can travel up and down. You go to the finishing academy on the 4th district. Tell them I sent you, they will be expecting you.
I will be there first thing tomorrow morning.
Feldera, guide your hand and your voice to the most beautiful things around.
And yours as well.
Thank you. That's when you meet Earilon out there. And you guys leave leave the college. So roll insight, everybody.
Insight.
Cereza's just a little bit on the quiet side, more so than normal. That was off.
15.
15.
4.
That one.
Oh boy. Another one.
We're doing
Oh my
really
God.
bad tonight. Yeah.
Some of your dice need to go back into dice jail.
I only have like 2 d20s I can find at the moment, so.
So Earilon, you're gonna notice you put 2 and 2 together. You got this coin, you've seen it, and there's a lot of Feldera in this college. You know that's kind of strange. You also know, you remember seeing the name of the college,
Badajdrows
College, and you notice Immaculus Kilo did not use that name. You also know that Geladine did not use that name. But there's this picture on the other side of the coin that you don't recognize. It's not Immaculus. It's not Geladine. It doesn't seem to be anybody in power.
Earilon
Perhaps Badajdrow? Whoever that was.
looks at the coin. Yeah, this is Badajdrows College of Bardic Excellence, but perhaps it was a historical figure, or
The founder.
but they're not mentioning it. Maybe it's something of ill talk.
They did call it the College of Fel'Than. Didn't they call it the
College of Feldera?
College of
That
Fel'Than?
was a mistake. That was a mistake on the DM's part.
Okay.
They didn't.
But what were they calling it?
Just the college. The College of Bardic Excellence.
They had dropped the Badajdrow name. They were just calling it the College of. That's strange.
Criminal history with disadvantage.
I like those dice trays.
Well, that was a 2. I saw the 2. I don't know what the other one was, but history. This is a lobby 3.
All right.
Your dice
I
is
roll
for
history.
the
I have
nothing of
proficiency.
Badajdrow really pops up. Yes, you can.
9.
Damn it.
I keep forgetting to do that. Oh, it got worse.
Okay.
It's 10.
10. 10 is enough to know that you've seen the name Badajdrow before. And a poet, an artist of some kind. You've probably read a few things in Brel for that matter. But that's about it. He's a bard of some sort, of some renown to a degree, but nothing else is really popping up.
Earilon kind of scratches at his beard for a moment, and he looks over to Cereza and he says, "Perhaps we should ask Immaculus. Maybe they have some information."
Well, Perhaps, or maybe there's a reason they're not using the full name. Some sort of scandal or the sort that they're trying to distance themselves from.
I'm familiar with scandals. My family was nobility before my father, that whore. He just rolls his eyes and he said that out loud. And he just walks right back into
Make
Immaculus's
everything about
office.
you, okay?
Ohio.
Okay.
He walks back into Immaculus's office. Well, he would knock first.
Yeah.
And then he would open the door. He'd just poke his head in. Immaculus, I have a question, if you don't mind.
Of course. Come in, please.
And I'm not going to hug you this time, don't worry.
Thank you.
I don't know if it's something terribly significant, but I was just curious. I noticed that you refer to the college as the college. He points his fingers up and his little thing there, and he says,
He
What about,
crosses his arms as you begin to speak and says, yes?
"What about who is this Badajdrow?"
Badajdrow, Flam Badajdrow, is the founder of this college.
Oh,
Yes.
is there more to that story? Was just that he was the founder and persuasion?
Is this the?
This is the Flam Badajdrow.
Why do I keep picking him up for advantage? I don't have advantage. Wait, I do.
Well, you do
The
because
charisma,
because you're
perfume.
charisma.
What's the silver one?
Silver one looks like an 11.
Plus persuasion of 14. Beatable.
So, his arms still crossed and he says, Badajdrow hasn't been here for many years.
Did he abandon the college?
I don't know. He is gone, and I've taken over in his stead.
Ah. Are you apt to change the name to Immaculus's Bardic College of Excellence?
Perhaps in time, but I can't be sure of Flam Badajdrow's whereabouts. So I cannot.
Did he leave of some sort of ill accord?
He would leave from time to time on urgent business, he would say, and things. Last time he was seeking out a great dragon. A great dragon. As if there are still dragons that fly around the skies of Fel'Than.
Not, well, would there have been? Not for many years, or is it like...
Not since gods fell.
No, that would... Yeah, no, a great dragon? Post Gods fell?
I know. But he hasn't returned, so I assume he is dead.
Perhaps he found one and it did not like it.
Perhaps. You see a bit of a smile on his face.
This man does not like Flam Badajdrow. I don't blame him.
Flam Badajdrow was always changing things, moving things around. There was no preservance of beauty. It was always changing, always moving. There was no set pattern, no embrace of what beauty can be and holding it at the pinnacle of what we can do. He almost said I there, and he caught it just for a second.
Dude's sketchy.
He nods. Well, no, being a follower of Grinhelda myself, a lot of the sect that I am from holds different beliefs than others, so I certainly understand where you're coming from. Not that Grinhelda holds a candle to Fel'Than's preservation and maintenance of beauty, but
Of course. Another smile goes across his face.
But the cycles, everything must come to an end at some point, and perhaps Flam Badajdrow's time as the rightful owner of this school has come to an end due to his absence.
One could only hope.
Seems there
Perhaps I've said too much.
I have a habit of doing that too.
It's just that wonderful fragrance. I don't You should leave.
You've intoxicated him.
I will not intoxicate you further. He leaves.
He allows you to leave. You must exit through the door.
I sort of wish I was in the room for that conversation.
He looks over at Cereza and Geillis,
Just standing there, no idea what's going on.
and he kind of like makes sure that he can say this a little bit quietly. He says, "Seems like Maculus kind of hates Flam Badajdrow, the guy who founded the college."
Okay.
What's that got to do with anything?
Yeah.
Stealth 16.
Christine? Guillotine walks by.
I'm still a little. Well, knowing how the system works of the levels of this place, knowing that I'm able to go up to the fourth district of this place, is still. Cereza's a little lost in that. Like, didn't realize just how many perks would come with doing this.
Yes,
Spy belt and out of tune.
Yeah.
Yeah, this little coin's handy. He has one too, so.
Yep. And
Is
they
my
didn't
coin
tell
any different than his?
same coin. They didn't tell you what the coin can do for you, but they told Cereza.
Well,
Did you mention anything about that?
I would assume that they told you what that coin does because they told me. Why would they tell me anything different?
Oh,
Cereza is not an insightful person.
So you wouldn't think to mention it.
Exactly.
he kind of ponders the coin for a second. Oh, this is a pretty nice little token. Wonder what it's used for. He says that out loud.
Out loud?
Mhm.
Geladine did just walk by. As Geladine's kind of just almost sort of earshot, she turns around and she says, "That's for getting back here from your mine, so you
Oh.
don't have to pay the charge of getting up the stairs or the elevator."
Oh, does it work like a teleport?
I hear this too, yeah?
No, you show it to the men in livery and they'll let you pass.
Oh, it's like a rite of passage in coin form.
Are these
It
just
shows you. Sorry, it shows you that you have been inducted into the college and gives you rights of movement around the city.
Oh.
You're not just a regular citizen anymore. You're a part of the College of Bardic Excellence.
A little gleam goes into his eye,
Fancy.
remembering. He remembers his status as a noble.
You're not just part of the peasantry anymore.
I'm looking around to see if there's like a bowl of these tokens.
But you don't see them. You could even roll for it. You would see people have them on a thong on their neck, or someone on their wrist, or even sewn right into their jacket, or something like that.
Yeah, okay.
You don't lose that, or Geillis will swipe it real quick.
Yeah, okay, let's see.
You guys are in the main lobby of the Badajdrows College of Bardic Excellence.
We would go out. Yeah, all of our business is taken care of there. So
Is all your business taken care of, Cereza?
Yeah, I know how to get to where the dorms are,
Good.
and I can do that later.
Okay, so you guys head out of the academy, of the college.
that tailor that I visited with Ravin, is that on the same level?
It
Or
is
is
a level below when you're on the way down. It's actually it's very close to Gerthen's Enchanted Hands.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the place. The first district is heavily business.
Okay.
Heavily business. Because it's almost like the tourist trap. You have the big crystal sphere, the temple right there, and all the businesses around it.
That's where all the people come into the shears.
We gotta sell some stuff.
How long have we been gone at this point? Like for the day?
The day, right now, academy, up, down, you were waiting a little bit for there. I'd say it's about 3:30 now.
What's the weather like here? Is it warm down here?
Well, now that you guys see all the lights and there's ferns and greens growing around the outside of the edges where it dips down to the pit, and there's green and glowing orbs of light, reds and yellows and such. And if you look up, you can almost faintly see snow falling.
Oh,
Just ever so slightly.
that's odd. It's like it's coming from the ceiling.
It's coming from somewhere above. It's actually, if you look out towards the tooth, it's out there. It's not falling within the district. It's falling within the big open area.
Is there a hole at the top of the mountain?
Oh, you know,
It might be to allow airflow.
Oh, that's true.
see
Other-
right here,
Because
How the
otherwise
tooth comes
people will
down?
suffocate.
and the districts are built up along the tooth as it drops.
Okay,
The
yeah.
snow is falling within the space of the tooth and the districts.
Interesting. Okay.
So you can see sort of towards the center.
Yeah. So yeah, if you went down and looked way up, you'd see the top of the tooth, and it's way too far up to see where the snow is falling. But you would see the snow cascading over each other. Eventually, you wouldn't be able to see
Oh.
too high up.
Yeah,
But that wasn't like that about a week ago.
and that snowfall
Because it was quite
probably.
like warm and
It's still warm.
gross when we got there.
It's still warm,
Yeah.
but the snow's still falling.
I think
At
a degree
geothermal,
cooler.
right?
Roll a can, anybody?
Sure.
6.
4 plus like
9.
no 9.
Some 9 plus
Mine's 12.
12. It's kind of strange that snow is falling underground. It's got to be some sort of magic, but you're just not sure.
I'm just saying the heat that's down here is because there's so much heavy industry underground that the heat doesn't really have anywhere to
In
go.
the mines.
Yeah.
The mines.
The mines.
So we
They call it the mine.
A
Much horror movie. So you guys are outside the academy.
So, Geillis, you went to the halls of Corath earlier, and you said that you've gotten everything that you can from there. That's
I
why
think.
that's why you asked me.
No. Well, I don't know. There was this weird guy, and
A weird guy.
yeah,
You just described half of the city.
that's fair.
Okay, so you guys are on the.
Way to the halls of Corath.
Okay, and it's actually not too far away from the first level of the Badajdrows College of Bardic Excellence.
Yeah, because I figured.
Yep.
Earilon wants to see if he can find anything for family trees for himself. That's the reason why he's going. So.
It'd be funny if our families were related somehow. Because you clearly been dropping hints here about my family.
Erilon's dad. It's possible. Trust me. He's like.
What if we're brothers and sisters?
God knows my family could have some sort of tie to either of yours. I don't know what type of elf my half elf is.
Yeah, my Erilon's father. He got around in the wrong way.
We're all descendants from the same
God.
promiscuous elf.
Wouldn't
No.
that be something?
Promiscuous elf.
We can make a whole cover of songs for the Depths.
Anybody wants to be a bird? Do
We
it
got the
up.
Christmas one. We got.
Have to be good at singing first, and that's like the one thing that I know for a fact I suck at.
I like to sing, but I'm not good at it.
Alright, so you guys are outside the halls of Corath.
Yes.
So large, broad steps go up a little bit and then they dive deep into the dark, where there is light in behind what looks to be some sort of geometrical structure. But when you try and look at it, it twists your view as you can see people walking up the sides of walls. On the ceiling in some places, someone's standing on a
told you.
bookshelf on a ladder pulling a book out, but they're upside down almost.
What?
What is happening here? I suppose you were right.
I told you.
It's so
This place makes me nauseous.
strange. Frank, if you don't mind watching the cart while we're here, it shouldn't take terribly long, I don't think.
He looks up and he says, "Yeah, I think that's a good idea."
Yeah, no.
I'll keep you company.
Well, this should be interesting.
So Earilon goes in with Geillis.
So, Geillis, you guys approach the first little round table, I guess. It's about chest high to most of these, and when you approach, the figure there pulls the cloak down over the head, and you recognize them as Iris, the pale scale dragonborn.
Oh, I popped my neck. Thank God.
You're alive.
Oh.
Do you need a neck rub in a non-creepy way? As someone who, like, that sounds really weird, but like when I was in hair school, like we learned how to give like neck massages and stuff to sink.
Okay.
No, that was just tension that was just released.
Very good with my hair inside.
And Ogras says, Geillis, you have returned.
I have. I hope it's alright. I brought a friend.
Said Earilon, what is your name?
You're both speaking to each other in common?
Yeah.
That's a dragonborn, right? He says in Draconic, hello, my name is Earilon, Gold Petal. Good to meet you.
Welcome to the halls of Corath, continues in common.
And he continues in Draconic. Well, I was looking for...
Earilon.
What?
Just take a hint.
What?
I'm sure you could speak in common.
What do you...
With the rest of us.
What do you mean?
We're speaking in Draconic.
Yeah, I was...
Just speak in the rest
In
of
the
us.
halls of Corath, he speaks over you guys. We speak in a common tongue,
Oh.
not to be secretive. The truth is what we hold here.
Oh.
Everybody,
I was getting there.
everybody speaks, so everybody can listen.
Oh, I see. He seems to have a really hard time with this concept. It's just
Clearly.
because he was raised to he raised himself a certain way to kind of like talk to people in their own tongue. That's why he knows a lot of languages. He says, apologies, not too familiar with Corath's teachings and principles. He's speaking in common now, but he's like half. Some words are coming out as Draconic, and like some words aren't. They're coming out as common.
Aggress, let's go.
Yeah, so it's like he says in common finally, I'm not used to talking to other people who are of a different blood, not in their own tongue. It's just a courtesy thing I was
I look at Argus and say, hi, Elf.
Aggress
Hi,
looks at Earilon. He says,
You're a high elf, right? Yeah.
Yeah. He's just offended.
the studies of Corath is a long path and difficult to master.
Sure.
Perhaps you should attempt the road to Corath's lighthouse. It's a long road. A straining road.
Steps of Corath, that's
You're familiar with them.
that's in it's Delron. It's in Delron.
Yes.
I came from Delron to here on a incursion, I guess you could say. And he seems very uncomfortable speaking common to the Dragonborn. It's just plastered across his face. And it's almost like he's crawling out of his skin. He's just that uncomfortable. He's kind of fidgeting. He says,
looks at Geillis. Or geez, were you going to say something?
yeah, he's going to say something. He says, I'm looking for, he says in Draconic again, just out of habit, family records. And then he says in common, family records for elves. He's like sweating.
He looks at you for a moment. They look at you for a moment, and then look at Geillis, and they say, what were you looking for this time? You were in the ley lines of old last time. That's where the information is
Okay.
that you've been.
And did I find anything in there last
Found a
time?
few tidbits, but there's still more to look at.
Tons more. You probably just have, it's kind of like a progress.
Yeah. I guess I'll just continue with the ley lines. Perhaps my family's side this time instead of my husband's.
Ooh. Very well. Follow me. As they lead you in and walk immediately up the left-hand walking path, and Earilon, for the first time, I'll get you to roll a Constitution saving throw, please.
Okay. -1 to it.
Oh,
10.
10. So is that 10 or a 9?
Oh, it's 11 on the dice.
Okay, good. All right. So as soon as you walk up there, you grab your stomach and you think you're going to heave for a moment, but it passes, and then your body your chi kind of focuses on the new gravity that you're walking on.
Whoa.
And Geillis just walks right out. You're used to it.
Yeah, I'm used to it by now. I've been here enough, yeah.
Oh, that's weird. What?
Yeah, you'll get used to that.
What magic does this?
I don't know, but...
He looks between... What was the librarian's name?
Argus.
He looks between Arborist and Geillis. He's holding his stomach and he says, what magic does this? It's like a warping of the fabric of physical reality. He says physical reality and draconic. And he taps himself on the head. Physical reality in common.
Argus looks at you and he says, yes. Yes, it is.
It's so jarring.
And you guys continue. You walk by a familiar set of books, Geillis, where you've been before, looking through, and Argus says, here is where you'll find descriptions of the bloodlines.
These are alphabetized?
Not so.
Okay.
They are categorized by time.
Oh, okay. By time. Let's see. Earilon does some he points his hand up and just kind of goes up, 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 up. And he's looking up. It would be. My grandfather said that the originator, the first gold pedal was.
The first gold pedal.
I think he was before the original. I can't remember. I can't remember if he was before the gods fell or after. But maybe
Could be
about
your-
6 or 7 generations.
Well, then you're looking for before gods fell. You won't find the information here. You must go into the glances at Geillis, into the ley lines of old.
You have to be permitted in there
I see.
by... What was his name?
Call.
Call.
Call?
Call. Like C-A-U-L.
K-A-U-L,
K.
actually. But yeah, call. Very simple.
Well, perhaps.
But you have to... show your worth.
Oh, don't tell me I have to play the hurdy-gurdy. That's back at college. And it's
I
broken.
don't think he's interested in the hurdy-gurdy.
Thank Gary.
I gave him 12 hours in wolf form.
He just raises a brow. What? 12 hours in wolf form? What were you doing?
He painted me.
He painted you?
Oh, it's weird, but anyway.
That's odd.
He asked what I could do.
I see. Where may we find this call?
Follow me. He leads you up to almost the very top.
There's another wicked crook before you get to his office.
Yeah, I'll need another con save for both of you.
Yeah, this one I don't think I'm gonna make.
Oh, no. Okay, roll cleric's domain for this. Yep.
I got 12.
6.
6,
You
okay.
gonna lose it?
So, Geillis, as you walk over...
Should that be a disadvantage?
Sorry?
Should that have been a disadvantage, though?
No.
Maybe
You grab your stomach and it begins to turn as you hit the hook at the very top and you pass. It goes away. Earilon, you begin to walk over this kind of hook. It hooks up and around, kind of like you'd see on a roller coaster. And you walk around, it hits you, it hits your head. You can feel your head twist and suddenly pound and this pain in your stomach. You didn't fail by 5, so you don't vomit immediately.
I quickly put my hand on his shoulder and use cure wounds, or like healing hand or something.
Yeah, shit,
Yeah.
there you go. That'll
Yeah.
work. So don't even roll it, that it just takes the edge off.
Oh, that's so uncomfortable.
As you look up, you can see Argus over there, but he's kind of standing on a 35-degree tilt, looking at you, and he says, "This way."
Be right there. Moses
Help you up off of your knee.
As you guys go in, and the door to Call's office is open, and Agras goes in and tells him he has a visitor. He says Geillis and a friend has arrived. And Agras leaves, nodding at both of you, and walks on.
I thank him as he leaves. And I greet Call.
Okay. He says, this, by the way, Call is human.
And wears slack pants.
Yeah.
Does he not wear a shirt?
No. He's the typical artist, I think, up there, isn't he?
So you can see him again.
He went to the Bardic College, of course.
Behind his easel, and he seems to be painting. As you guys walk in, you can see there's only one painting on his wall, and it is of a wolf. A smoky gray and white wolf.
Very good, very well painted.
Oh, he rolled like a 19. It was ridiculous.
Points at
Yes.
the wolf, and that's
Yes.
that's almost like for like.
Thank you.
Ah, you like my handiwork?
Magnificent.
Thank you. This is my offering to Faldera this year.
I'm sure she'll be pleased.
I hope so. I have very fruitful intentions for the next year.
I see. No, well,
Geillis gets a strange feeling when he says that.
About what?
Just a little tingle in her senses. That she maybe worries the fact that she is the presence of that painting. Perhaps it has nothing to do with it. She has tingles.
Okay.
Maybe that I am somehow the offering.
The picture definitely is.
Yes, but
Okay.
so you are Call.
Yes, I am Call.
I am Earilon Goldpetal.
It's very nice to meet you, Earilon Goldpetal. How can I be of assistance?
The keeper, he gestures back to the Dragonborn that would they have left the room?
He's already left, yes.
The keeper there.
Agras, yes.
Yes.
One of our, what do you call it? Keeper?
I said keeper, but it
Oh,
could.
that's I like that word. One of our chief keepers.
Yes, Agras mentioned that. Well, rephrase. I'm trying to look for my family tree, as far as I can see.
he wants the ley lines of old.
Yes, I do. I would like access to the ley lines of old.
And I explained to him that it is not simply just accessed.
I do respect you coming here to tell me. But if you're bringing him here, you're bringing him here on your word. And if he does anything amiss, it will be on you.
I swear on my word, if anything goes missing, then I take full responsibility.
A word is a very, very finite thing. Corath. Hold on. Get me.
Processing.
Get me. Yep. Corath uses many words and many definitions, and all of them are truth. So to break a truth would be to break away from Corath's teachings. I hold you true to your word, Earilon.
Of course. I swear on my grandfather and on my truth. Nothing ill will happen.
Your praise under Keldrin are noted.
He nods.
Geillis, you remember where the ley lines of old are?
I know.
I'm quite busy here. Please take him.
Thank you.
And he says, good luck. I hope you find the truth you seek.
Appreciate it. Thank you. So, shall we?
Yes, follow me.
Thank you.
So you guys make it to the ley lines of old?
And once we're, can I play with this for a minute?
Yeah.
So once we're on the inside of like the door shuts from his office, I look at you and say, "Don't fuck it up."
I'm not gonna. What?
Listen, these guys are serious, okay? This isn't just like a library, okay? Some of us have families we want to return to when this is over. So
Of course. No.
just making sure that you have good intentions.
Oh, I understand the gravity of the situation. No,
So these books deteriorate if they leave the room, so.
No, I'm familiar with that sort of thing. Back in Brel, the libraries there were similar, just not as twisty and make me want to throw up.
Make me want to throw.
I mutter, try being in my shoes as I walk away from them. Dropping some hints here. Whether or not he picks those up.
I may not fit.
Excuse me.
He kind of looks down at your feet for a moment as you walk off. He's like, I wouldn't fit in your shoes. He's taking it literally.
I just mutter something about high elves as I get a little further away from you.
There's a lot of that going on. So inside the ley lines, you can tell Earilon immediately that these books are ages old. Most of them don't have any words on the front of them or words on the bindings because they've just been worn off.
Yeah.
Would this be labeled similarly to a library? Like the shelves would have like letters on them?
This one, no, these are just books. Just old books. The oldest books that they have and could find. Yeah.
I did roll an insight of 18 to see if he picked up on the hints that you dropped, Geillis.
They weren't super specific, but I kind of want him to start figuring out that something is going on. Because he's going to find it eventually.
Yep. So as soon as you put some new clothes on,
He's going to figure it out. I want to kind of play with that when we get to that port,
So
but
you're definitely getting hints of something here.
something's up.
Families to return to?
Yeah, you're not quite sure, but there's definitely something serious.
Yep. Now, under his breath, I don't know if you want to roll perception to see if you hear it. I'll roll stealth, why not? It's a 9. What'd you get for your perception?
16.
Oh yeah, so you hear it basically clear as day because you're only a few scant feet ahead. He's like, return to? What does she mean by that? And he just kind of mutters that under his breath. But you catch it, and he's just scratching his
Just let
beard.
it go.
And he just, adding to that, he just kind of waits a moment. He kind of thinks aloud, just under his breath still. He's like, oh, everything's all right. And then he moves forward.
I think you know that my daughter had been stolen, but other than that,
True.
I'll go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's true.
So you guys make it
You might have forgotten.
to the ley lines of old.
I also picked her maiden name just from the book, but
Nice.
And
I don't know if
that's...
I kind of like it.
So, how are you guys going to do this? You're looking for something, Earilon, and Geillis, you're looking for something.
Yep.
Okay,
Investigation, I guess.
So,
Yeah.
let's roll your investigations, please.
I'll move this over here.
Oh, 18 is.
Very good.
Oh, nice. Okay, 15 on the dice.
Okay, so that's up there.
So I'm looking this time for the name. Is it Nalo? How do you pronounce it?
Sorry?
Nalo? Night Breeze?
Let me see the name.
Nailo.
Yeah, with a little thing over the eye.
And that's your...
They're under the family name.
that's your maiden name?
Yeah.
I got an 18, by the way, for my investigation.
Okay. 18, perfect.
18.
Yeah, and Night Breeze is the common form of it. If that makes sense.
18 total, because I don't have proficiency with investigation, but my intelligence modifier is 3.
It was night what?
Night Breeze.
Night breeze, okay. Alright. So we'll start with Earilon, since it's the first time he's here.
Mhm.
Alright, so with your 18, what exactly were you looking for?
Just to see if there's any like records of the Earilon family, the Xylosian family tree. Just like any sort of records like that, anything that I mentioned, even a couple generations, just to see, even recent.
Alright, so what you find,
Mhm.
a lot of these books don't even have names. A lot of them, and some of them are so old that some of the pages either aren't there or just deteriorated completely. I'll get you to roll an Arcana when you're going through this.
Sure. Arcana, it's a 12 on the dice plus. No, it's 15. 15. 15 total.
Alright.
It's not terrible, but.
So you can sense, as you're reading through these books, just a hint of dank. Just a hint.
Dank.
Just leave that out there. That's what you kind of get when you're reading through these books.
Really old texts. These have like some sort of like magical inclination to them? To preserve them, possibly?
That's a really good guess. I'm gonna give it to you because that was a really good guess. The opposite, in fact.
Oh, it's like a. So, I guess it would be like something that. It's like an anti-theft.
No, they seem to be, the magical enchantment on them seem to be for deterioration at a higher level, at a higher speed.
Perhaps when it's outside of a certain radius.
That's as much as it got.
It's
Interesting.
almost like they're purposefully trying to get rid of it.
With a slight hint of dank.
Is this dank the same sort of dank you felt
You would
before?
feel, yes, that it's the same sort of dank that you felt before.
Maybe that scar on my side tingles just a little bit.
Perhaps.
The wood.
Looks
So,
to me to
you see, and you read some of this, and you find some books are in common. A lot of them are in different languages, but you can speak most of them. You get Dwarven, Draconic, and Elven. So you get most of it.
Draconic, Gnomish, Dwarven.
Yeah.
I don't have
Goblin.
draconic.
No?
No.
Okay. So you would see that it does track a family by the name of Goldpetal.
Mm-hmm.
But it goes back to God's Fell.
Yep.
Write that again because it looks like a big D, and that's not right. It goes all the way back to God's Fell, almost 1,500 years ago, where you can see that there's mainly obituaries, many of them, and not just Goldpetal. As you fleet through the book more, you see it's a huge book of basically obituaries. And there are considerable amounts of families all of the same name, and you know that this was the time of a very large war by the name of Godsfell.
Mhm.
It's when the gods had broken their vows to each other and began to fight each other for power. And they waged war with elves and dwarves and dragonborn and all the species of the planet. And you know that the Goldpetal name was significant throughout this, but it dwindled and it dwindled and it dwindled almost down to one person to carry on the name. Now the names, you can't make it out, you're not sure what it is, but it seems to be that they ended in Brel. It gives a location.
Any letters to the start of the name or end of the name?
Yeah, I can give you
that,
something
that I
like that.
can make out.
And I just gotta, well, it's really small.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I should have made the borders, the margins, so it'd print better. I can print you a better copy.
My eyes suck.
There's
Yeah.
pink glasses on that cover that may help you.
I'll print you a better copy when
I
I
gotta find those first with my terrible eyes.
roll
I
perception.
think
Oh
that there's
wow, these
somewhere.
ones here? Yeah, this is gonna
Yeah.
be something.
It might help. It
This
might
is
not.
like Laura Bailey glasses.
I don't know what that is, but
It's
you look beautiful in
And
them though.
rock those, dude.
yeah, they don't do anything though. Unfortunately,
Well,
it's
I
just
think they're for
just
distance
for.
actually, not
Oh
just-
really?
look a ways.
Okay. You get a D.
You think?
You get a D.
Based on the spacing of the words,
It seems to be about 6 letters.
6
That's a
letters?
guess.
It's a guess, roughly.
Do you want me to look? I won't look at anything else.
I'm gonna just circle it for Earilon. I think the problem, I hope it's coming from the right
I love
side.
that you do the same thing I do. I like open my eyes bigger with glasses to try this.
I can't believe I can't read that. The doctor said I didn't need glasses. They said I have 20/20 vision, okay?
I mean,
They
I
said
was trying
that.
to read it. I'm not in any way related to
I
that.
circled one right there. My God. That's so bad.
The lighting in here is really poor though too. Look at these lights. Like, I hate them.
So the
First letter.
first letter of, so I'm assuming the top is whether they're
First name, last name, I think.
first. Well, it looks like you've got a lot of people that are named Dead. Then
Oh, maybe is that what I'm looking at? Is I'm looking at dead?
Yeah, dead. Yeah, you're looking at dead.
6 letters long, but the word is dead.
He's deceased. That's all you get.
it is 6 letters long. The first letter is an S.
There you go.
I can read the entire thing if you want me to give them more than one
Hey,
letter.
give him the name. If you can read it. I was going to give you because I couldn't.
Well, I could
give,
just
give him the name.
I could
Okay.
roll. Okay, I'll roll history at disadvantage, and if I get something terrible, then I only get the first letter.
You rolled 18 for your investigation. You can hear the name. You may not remember it, though.
I'll still roll history just
Okay.
because.
There you go.
Disadvantage. It's either a 11 or an 11.
Okay,
So
you get an S.
S.
Yes.
S.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little.
Dead.
Yeah, no. It seems
beautiful.
like the top of it is the top one is it has dead if they are not alive. Obviously,
That might
if
take
they were
some-
not unalive, if they were unalive, as it were.
So I get an S, and does it say anything about this person in their obituary that I can read?
Yes, actually it does. Yes, it does. It says that they will be always remembered for their intricate artistry in dance and expression of beauty through the form of dance.
Does that mean anything to you?
No, not a thing. So one of my ancestors, I think, this book, it seems like it was this person. Like, I only got the one letter of their name. It starts with an S. Like, the page is so weathered I can't make anything else out. Let's see. No. How goes your search?
Well, I think I'm gonna try my maiden name this time and see if it brings up anything else, because my husband's name is a dead end. His family, we're all,
Well, maybe. You just maybe not found the right book.
well,
So,
You may
as
not-
you're looking through, you 18, that's pretty good. As you're looking through these books, you've already been through a couple of them. Some of them are just almost too degraded to read. That's just no point, but they're there because of their value of what they are. But you do run onto a book that's a little bit easier to read. And you're looking for your maiden name, and you find it. Oddly enough, you find it, but it's linked to another name. You also see the name of Kron in there as well, and it says in there that was a marriage of the bloodlines. Roll perception, actually.
use the good dice this time. 12.
12? Okay, that's ambiguous. That's what I wanted. Good. So as you're kind of reading it through, it tells about the family that was very powerful. They were very strong in Arcana, And the
Just
use of
magic,
magic,
right?
yes. And there's a statement that seems to be pointed out near the bottom, and it says this family is one of the families of power, one of the families of ruin.
Would I know what that means?
Well, I'm going to say no.
Probably not.
Roll history with disadvantage. It's going back a very long time. You've been in the woods for quite a while. All of your family took.
Yeah, that's only a 4.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, no.
So that's it. That's pretty much what you find
Could
there.
I consult Earilon on that?
Yeah,
Of course.
He
Yeah.
came from Brel.
So, yeah, I'll roll history with
Yep.
disadvantage.
Yes, sir.
So the families of ruin, you say?
Yeah, so roll with disadvantage. Roll one first.
One first.
Yeah.
4.
Okay, now with disadvantage.
Oh, that would have been so good. That would have been a 16 on the dice, or a 4 on the dice. So my history is 9 or 21, but in this case, 9.
Okay. So nothing really popping out. The statement, families of ruin. There's stories about the old families of power that they were wrought with so much power that bad things seem to happen.
It seems like, well, as far as I can recall, it might be referencing that some really, really powerful families kind of undid themselves, or something of ill accord happened to them. I'm not entirely sure what, though. That might be what it's referencing.
I'm gonna look through the books and see if I can find, or maybe I'll go back and see Call and ask him about the families of power and because he seems to be the knowledgeable one on these ley lines.
You go and ask him, and he says,
Do you want me to roll
Pulling himself-
persuasion?
sorry?
Persuasion?
No, you're on a kind of a decent basis with him right now, and it's not any unprotected information. He pulls himself away from his picture, his painting, and he says, the families of ruin. I've read the book. There's, back in our history amongst Godsfell, there were families that held great power within their blood. The magic was passed down from generation to generation, and it purified itself every time. But then, a lot of them ended. Hence the families of ruin. Now there's a fair amount of stories, most of them from bards and stories around. Some of it can't be held for truth, and Corath requires a certain amount of legitimacy to call it truth.
Mm-hmm.
They are considered stories. But there's some history that does line up with such things.
Such as?
Just as much as I can tell, the families no longer exist, and these stories do exist of great ruin. The families either disappeared or destroyed themselves through various means. He tells you a few different stories of things, specific things that he's heard of over time.
Do you need some ice?
Okay.
So the idea is that no one in these bloodlines exists anymore? Ask him that.
Couldn't be sure. I've been in the halls of Corath the better part of 30 years now. Before then, I was honestly just a farmer on the footsteps of Corath. And I decided to take the walk. And now I'm here.
Alright, thank you. I return to the books.
My pleasure.
While Geillis was gone, Earilon just kind of got a smirk on his face and tried to look through and see if he can get any dirt on his father, just to see just how bad it was. Disadvantage?
If there's any
Roll
books
regular.
in
Normal?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Would he be in the ley lines of old though? No.
It's a 15.
You know, you're not really finding nothing. You know, your
No.
father's a lot younger than the ley lines of old, so he may not be here.
That's true. Okay. Yeah. So
I was like, how old is your dad? I'm like, is he an immortal?
old enough to be dangerous.
Do immortals exist in this realm?
Probably. Most likely.
I just want to achieve immortal status.
No, don't ask that question.
Did you ask a call?
What?
Did you ask a call?
No, it wasn't relevant to the situation.
So you head back to the
We
room.
hit 20th level druid. That's how you become immortal.
Oh God! Whoa! Who got that?
Turn yourself into a construct.
Only 17 more levels to go.
You just have to survive that long.
It'd be 5 or 6 years from now.
So time has passed.
Be in the
About
nursing
3 or 4
home rolling
hours
your dice.
have passed while you guys have been up here reading books.
I'm getting hungry again.
So, Earilon probably would have called it quits once he just, flung through a few things. He says, well, listen, I haven't really found too much of import. I need to double check. I need to get something done at the tailor, and then
Yes,
Close.
I need something to wear. This is not suitable any longer. I'll go with you if that's alright with you.
of course, we'll hope to God that Frank and
Oh yes, Frank and Cereza. We left them downstairs hours ago.
what time is
I
it?
don't even know. My stomach's telling me about dinner. She kind of gives it a little round rub.
It's that time.
It's that time.
You guys leave the halls of Corath, and you can see Frank there, sitting in the cart, just sitting, just staring off into nothing. Cereza,
Are you meditating in the corner?
would you guys have spoken about anything? After a time, Frank would have been like,
Want to play cards?
this is boring. This is boring. Do you gamble?
I have from time to time.
Do you want to? I know this great game called Three Cards.
I'm really good at it, but I'm not there.
Well, I've never played
Seriously,
before,
it's
but
tasted it.
Oh, don't worry. I'll show you how to do it.
okay.
Really good marshmallow.
You guys,
They can't be too. They won't take too long. They said.
as you agree to that, he takes
4
the
hours
cart
then.
and he literally dumps everything out of the cart on the ground.
Oh my
He
God!
dumps it all and
Librarians
flips it back up and he says, yeah, this is perfect. He slides it over and he pulls some dice out of his pocket and he
Because
rolls
it's
them.
3 cards, but it's played with dice.
And they go clack, clack, clack. You gotta roll 3d6.
I need the d6 because I only have 2.
Oh, roll.
So what it is, it's simple. Singles higher than that. Doubles beat any singles. Triples beat any doubles.
Double ones.
Ah, double twos. I gotcha. He rolled 6-2-2.
Okay. You got snake eyes. Is that
So-
what they call it?
You guys
Double ones? Yeah.
continue to share any information with Frank as you guys are playing for 3 or 4 hours.
You could tell him how beautiful he is. Back off his mic.
No,
Actually, that's in the other realm.
That's right.
I am. No, I do tell them that when it comes to games of different sorts, I prefer things like Dragon Chess.
He says,
More
I don't know how to play
skill.
dragon chess. Much more of a random chance kind of game for me.
Random chance kind of guy.
You guys continue playing on. Frank starts to talk about his past and such like that. You roll persuasion, please.
All right.
19.
19. He seems to be quite comfortable with you. The way you
Despite
talk,
setting
it's
his-
your...
Despite setting his face on fire.
Well, after you apologize profusely for that, and he kind of understands, and he can't really remember slashing you down, but he ends up believing it after some time. He tells you why he came on this trip with Dermot and everybody. He says, well, the only reason I came on this trip is because I didn't really have anywhere to go. My wife passed about 4 years ago, and our only daughter was, well, against my better judgment, she went off and joined the Rangers up in the north. I told her it was a bad idea, and I warned her if she went, she'd never be welcome back. So I waited, and I waited. And then when she did, or when she didn't finally come back after so much time, I figured she was dead. So then I left. And that's why I'm here.
Cereza just sort of nods. Why would you wait if she wasn't welcome back? Why would you wait for her?
Well, I said that out of anger. And she left, and I did not get the chance to apologize or tell her any different. It was me who sent her away. And I guess it's my fault. And I guess this is my punishment.
Well, perhaps she is still up north.
Yeah. Well, if she is, it's clear she doesn't need me anymore. I waited enough.
Well, perhaps your paths will cross one day. Perhaps not.
Well, being out here, I can't imagine. As long as I get home to Delron and alive and a little bit of money, perhaps I might go and find her. But I don't know. I said some pretty harsh words to her.
Oh no.
And that's when you guys come out of the hall.
Jeez, it feels like it's been such a long time. The
Time doesn't hold up there.
No, the moments passed
It's
just
not.
fleetingly. He looks at all the stuffs on the ground. He's like, "What? How long were we gone?"
A couple hours?
Oh, I am so sorry, Frank.
I look at them and try to explain that the halls don't have time. They're just...
You get lost in there. You go in there looking for something you're probably going to find. You just spiral.
Roll percentile.
Oh, God.
Uh-oh. 2.
Wow.
Really?
002.
Well, his 16 is the winner. It's like, don't worry about it. I just made 10 gold.
Oh, my God.
Do you have money?
I don't have 10 gold to my name.
Don't tell Frank that. It'll be okay.
I think we know how you're going to repay me.
He hands Frank a platinum.
Well, that's better. He takes it and puts it in his pocket. He actually looks at the platinum and says, well, would you look at that?
He looks at Cereza and says, "I still owe you one. That was menial." He says
That's
that.
funny.
He says that out loud.
I look to Frank. Frank, if y'all have a few more hours left in your day, we'd like to run by the tailor
And
on
that's
the way home.
one level down. So,
Well, it's on the way home anyway.
yeah, no, exactly.
All right.
So, going to the tailor.
We help him pick up all his things and come back on the journey.
Yeah, of course, because we need to sell
All the
those.
stuff,
Is
all the priceless
the salt is
pieces
still-
of art,
and the salt.
and the salt. You guys make your way to Narrow's wardrobe.
Oh yes. So, Geillis, you needed a new outfit.
Well-
There's...
She looks down and just nods. Half her bottom of her shirt's torn off. Frank's wearing it on his head. You know.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about the bandana. You gotta write that down. Bandana for Frank.
Maybe that bandana travels with him into the next lifetime.
Oh, he does have a bandana.
I didn't
doesn't
even
he? Oh,
think
wow,
about
that's
that.
so cool.
Yeah. Remember in yours, you had the bandana. I didn't even fucking think of that.
That's
That's
awesome.
beautiful.
I love how that shit comes about.
Yeah.
That's great. That's
That was
Excellent.
beautiful.
Only Frank can order Cursebreakers around the neck.
yeah.
But he said he got it.
And he's
from-
not all burnt up on his hair though. He's got a full head of hair.
Oh,
Yeah, but-
Yeah.
That's cool though.
I do love the fact that hair doesn't grow back with healing though.
Yes. Maybe he can get a potion though for his hair.
Potion of hair acceleration.
Rogaine.
There you go.
But
All right, you guys head to Narrow's wardrobe.
all right.
I want this woman to give me a full up and down when I go in.
So, Earilon goes in.
First, leading the way. I'm trailing behind him.
Yeah. So he holds the door open for Geillis, of course, and he.
Do you guys
I'll
come
be
in?
going. I'll be going into. I need something more appropriate
Good.
for
I
college.
want her there for this.
Frank looks at the Narrow's wardrobe at the outside. He's just like, I don't gotta go back in there again.
Well, if you wanted to head home with the supplies, maybe.
I am not leaving anybody up here by themselves.
Okay.
You weren't even inside last time, Frank. You were outside with Ravin for a little bit. So,
Yeah.
But he's like, no.
Do you want me to maybe see if they have a hat?
I'm all right.
I'll get you a hat.
And then he goes
goes
in.
You guys go in.
Yeah,
So, Geillis, you go in first. As
No, I'm trailing Earilon because
he
he's
opened
been
the
here
door for
before.
you.
Yeah, I opened
Yeah.
the door for you.
Oh,
Yeah.
gentlemen.
So you go in first.
I'm a little
and
nervous,
you
not
can-
sure what to expect from this.
You can hear this
Right.
machine, and it slows down as you guys come in, and you can see a woman.
Narrow, right?
Yeah, she owns a place.
No,
Wasn't it?
Narrow's her father.
Wasn't it?
Ela is her name.
Gila.
Ela. Remember what she was?
She was Dragonborn.
Was she Dragonborn? Okay,
I think.
cool. Good.
She was Dragonborn. A salamander type.
Okay,
Pretty
good.
sure.
So this
Remember this stuff.
I don't have a fucking idea.
sounds good to me.
Yeah.
We need to roll with it.
Now, if anybody was listening, there'd be. That's what we need. We need people to listen so they can call us up and be like, "Thank you." Now we remember. We don't have to go back and look.
Yeah, no. Just a bunch of people having fun. It's all good.
Okay.
But yeah.
So
You could be
guys-
rattling this stuff off and yep, that's it. And we're like, yep, that's it.
Rule of cool.
So she stands up from the wheel that she's spinning. She turns around, her hands at her belly fold, and she says, "Welcome to Narrow's wardrobe." And then she sees Geillis, and then she sees Earilon come around the corner, and a smile goes on her face. "Ah, have you come back for the breeze of Brel?"
Oh, I still have a little. I still have a bit left in that little sample you gave me, but I
How
may.
much was it?
37 gold or
You
something
have gold
ridiculous.
now.
I do. I'm probably gonna buy like 2 of those. So yeah, no. Earilon,
Then I get an outfit if you get perfume.
exactly. He walks up to Narrow
Or
and
find pictures.
says, "We need a couple things, Narrow."
Ela.
Oh,
Ela.
sorry.
Narrow's my father.
Sorry, Ela. Sorry about that. Geillis here. She needs a new outfit.
Well, I already have your measurements. Geillis, why don't you step up there on the dais?
Before that, he holds out the coin. Could you take the measurements for this and hold?
You joined the college?
Yes,
She's a proud mum.
I have.
I've had 3 children try out and get sent away. How did you get in?
He points to Cereza.
I don't understand.
She's really good at singing, and I begged, and they let me in.
Well, my children didn't beg. Perhaps that was it.
I would definitely try begging.
Geillis looks to her. I know. That's my excuse for him.
He
She's a very polite dragonborn and lets that slide.
he holds out a hand, and then he just raises his brow again, looking at
I look
Geillis.
at you and I'm like, pat you. I mean it nicely, dear, but you know, you kind of do get what you want.
Oh. Oh. He just stammers for a second and he says, "I need an inlay put into the outfit for this coin."
For the one I'm making for you,
Yes, please.
where would you like it placed?
He gestures to the sternum on himself. I'm assuming all you need to take is just the measurements because I kind of need this to get around without.
Very well. You just wanted somewhere to slip inside?
Yeah, essentially, just so it's like a pocket.
Very well. She, ma'am?
Perhaps a button up. Yeah, she hands him the
She
coin.
takes it and she
Her
can see it with her little measuring tape, measures it, and says, "Oh, yeah, it's a simple thing, of course, very well. No, but it'll be done easily enough.
Thank you.
And your friend here, how can I help her?"
I need a dress, perhaps something along the lines of that.
Well,
very simple.
okay, there you go.
Simple, but effective. I don't know what else wear.
As you,
But you want her to step up on the thing?
That's what she says.
Step up on the dice.
So she kind of looks at Earilon and Cereza, but then steps up on it.
The dragonborn woman, fastidiously, with great detail, I believe, diligently, approaches you with her measuring tape, and she goes from the shoulders first and the back, and then down, and then the leg, and then between the leg, and she kind of gets a little close in between, and then she goes around the belly, and she says, "Oh, very well. Are you looking for some maternity wear?"
And Geillis just kind of looks at the other two and nods.
Earilon peeks up, looking between Cereza and Geillis.
She's not making eye contact. She's looking right at Ela.
Maternal.
All Cereza does is nod twice.
She gets it. Yeah, she's got it by now.
It's not him, is it?
No.
She continues taking her measurements.
Earilon just kind of like, he has a shocked look on his face. His jaw's kind of slack.
Because they haven't noticed. They've been complete.
It was quick when
oblivious.
she said that. It was quick.
Yeah.
So roll perception, actually.
Yeah.
Did you want to roll perception on it? Since
Sure.
7.
oh no, not enough.
15.
You're 15. Okay, you definitely heard it. You're what are you looking?
You're
for?
looking at something maybe pretty in the window.
Well, I have something like that in mind for that, but in the colors of the college.
Gotcha. Okay.
Ooh. My dress looks like a peasant
I need
now.
you guys to take a picture of that and send it to me so I have it for my
Screenshot.
records, please.
I literally looked up elven gown on Google for images, and that was like the 5th option that popped up.
Excellent. So you're up on the dais. She does a few more measurements around your belly and on your bust line and everything. And she says, "Very well. What kind of style were you looking for?
Just something plain, but
Something-
sturdy.
Plain and sturdy?
Mm-hmm.
Very well. I imagine it'll need access to your bosoms, of course."
Earilon's just got a jokes in the corner.
Yeah, leave that in.
Yes. She just kind of, perhaps ties up the front, like in the photo.
Can easily be done, for sure. Now, for your gown, you don't want something long?
Yeah, I would say ankle length. Easy to move in, but that's the wind.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, we get windy up here because it blows like right through that column.
Forgot how nice the wind sounds. I like the sound of wind. It's very calming.
It makes me very nervous. I just sit here at night when the wind's blowing. I'm like, again, Geillis is not looking at Earilon at all. She's just like dead looking at Ela's forehead.
Earilon peeks up and he shakes his finger. No, not plain and sturdy. He walks up near the dais. Make it reinforced, but line the interior with silk for comfort. I will pay.
Again, she's like,
he's
"You sure
from
it's not his?"
You should trust him. He's from Grell.
I'm not used to such fancy things, but sure.
Well, this is a place of fancy. She looks around at her shop, a big smile on her face. She seems to be very pleased with what she's done with her time.
And it's very beautiful.
So, thank you. She walks over to the shelf and she says, "I have many standard garments that would be a small change in size for you, unless you wanted me to make you something custom from fresh fabric."
Fresh fabric. Fresh fabric.
I don't even get the chance to get it out.
No, he's not. He's just like, no. This is maternal wear.
Now that he's like clued into what's happening, he's like,
No, you align that with cotton around the belly for breathability. Cotton under the bosom for breathability.
So this is just standing
on
on
the
the,
inside.
looking at Cereza like,
So she moves behind and takes one more.
Padded
As if.
She takes one more around the bust line from the back and whispers in your ear, and she says, "Are you sure it's not him?"
and I kind of turn my head to her and I say, "No, my husband passed."
Oh, sorry to hear that. I'm very sorry.
And while he's over there fussing over the fabrics, I kind of like whisper to her again, perhaps something in the way of undergarments as well. Chemise.
Is that something that happens in D&D? People wear undergarments?
You're the DM?
I'm gonna think
it would probably be
Hercules.
well, I'd say for comfort it would probably be a
It'd be
Well,
like
I
this is
imagine there's some
chemise,
sort
right?
of
Like,
undergarment,
it'd just
yeah.
be like a very thin
Yeah.
gown underneath it.
Like a
It's a chemise.
slip.
slip is a word.
Well, I would imagine with all the garments and stuff like that they have in this city, that these people would probably have undergarments. Outskirt villages and stuff like
Yeah,
that, probably
that's
not.
probably the difference.
yeah,
Yeah, that's right.
it's
Rural
more of
town
a-
is just
yeah.
commando.
Yeah,
It's
command.
more of a
Kilts.
luxury item.
And this is
The
luxury.
underwear is luxury.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's extra fabric that you're spending money on.
That doesn't.
Short of buying
It
some.
doesn't seem to be an issue. I'll pay for the undergarment if he's paying for the dress.
No, she says, of course, undergarments are easily done for sure.
She's
Says,
got the
well,
measurements.
I've got all of your measurements, and I can't send you out in that. You can't leave my shop wearing that. You can't.
Well, these aren't even mine.
Interesting. Was it him?
No, it was my husband's. Thank you.
Keep those as a memento.
You can see just a bit of sadness cover over her face, and then she lights it back up with a smile, hearing that you're pregnant and without a husband, and it was that husband's kid.
Yeah. Well,
She says,
she's got some heavy problems.
You can come down off the dais now. And she goes over and she is at the wall with all the garments. She pulls a few off and a few different things. And she says, own the room there and put these on and get that off and leave it in there. You don't need that anymore.
Okay. So she goes in and changes, and as she's changing, she noticed that she ain't gonna have this any longer because she's getting a good little bump going on.
Yeah, it's you. And there's a mirror there, full length mirror, and wow, you're pregnant. Yeah. While she's in there changing,
Earilon is looking at spools of different fabric, and he's like, okay, cotton for this. No, he's just...
She comes over and taps you on the shoulder and says, "Don't worry, this is my line of work. I'll take care of it.
Good.
Can I interest you in something else?
Just the slip pocket for the coin, and that's about it.
Consider it done."
You got the measurements?
Of course.
Can I have it back?
I gave it back to you before.
Oh,
Yeah.
He got so uptight about the dress that he
Yes.
forgot about.
I think it's right there in your pocket.
he pulls it out. Oh, thank you. I tend to get carried away.
I can see that. If you wouldn't mind giving me just a moment. Hello, my dear. How can I help?
Well, while all of this was going on, I was looking around the shop at the different styles in which she has and
You
on
can see
display.
different styles from Grell. You can see
Maybe just forget about it entirely.
styles, Krellian style as well. It's a much more angular, high cut kind of dress.
They're
but-
very conservative here.
In Krell they are.
I'm not sure what style that one there would fit under, but that's
It's pretty covered up. I would say it could be a slightly lewd form of Krellian wear.
okay.
Slightly
Paladin
lewd.
stuff.
Just because you're seeing just the nip of
Yeah, this
cleavage.
here. All right. Well,
You're
that's
seeing the nips? Jeez, Cam.
well, that's
Just
what
right to the-
That's some big cleavage.
that is. That sort of dress is what she's looking for. So she,
Well, that sort of thing I'm going to have to make from scratch.
of course.
It will take a little bit of time for that kind of detail. Do you need it? Is it for Haldera?
Yes.
Yes.
Aye, I see.
And if
Just normal.
okay.
Good day, my friend.
Yeah. So, and if possible, where that piece there is, the
Yep.
one in the middle, that for where the coin or of the college would be.
I see. Is it a new way to wear it now?
What?
Is it a new way to wear it? Is Earilon wanted in the same place like the...
Well, as far as I recall, a lot of the tailors in Brel have changed a few of the ways that they make the fabric. And
Well, what I'm saying is your medallion from the college, are they wearing it there now? In just open space?
some folks seem to, from what I saw in the college.
Oh, very well. It's been some time. It was a few years back that my children tried out for it. But of course, I can make this for you. It will take some time. You need it for the early celebrations of Haldera or the later ones?
I think I was told 3 weeks.
Yep, for the pinnacle
For the
celebration.
pinnacle. And is that the one that I would be performing in? So about 3 weeks time.
That's good. It gives me some time to work on some other projects I have on hand right now. Of course, this can be done for you. Excellent. Would you stand up on the dais, please?
She does.
She goes about taking your measurements.
Geillis is a little jealous of your trim waist.
Yeah.
At this point, you come out, Geillis. Yep, you're there. You're dressed up in your garments, and they fit you very well. Maybe slightly off, just because they came off the shelf, but they do fit you. And you guys can clearly see that she has a baby bump.
That you're wondering how the hell you missed all this time.
So as she comes out, she's trying to measure you, and you turn to look at Geillis, and she's like, "Pay attention. Stand up straight."
Does.
She takes all the measurements there and everything. Would you like any specific sort of trim? Would you like to be heavy on the trim around the sleeves, around the skirt tails?
I have no idea about any of this stuff, so
She can see that, so she says, "Don't worry, dear. I'll take care of it. If you return in 2 weeks, I'll have this dress ready for you."
Of course.
And for yours as well, I'm going to put a bit of a rush on it, just so you can have something nice to wear, not something that's just off the shelf.
This
seems
is still
you're-
much nicer than what I had.
I would agree. As your friend there seems to be very conscious of your well-being.
She glances at Earilon and back at Hila.
It's a big deal back in Brel.
Apparently. It comes from the trees, though. It's not such a big deal.
So, is there anything else I can help you with?
I rolled with disadvantage to see if he remembered the hat for Frank.
Oh,
And double 18. Plus 5.
that's meant to be.
Yeah,
So
so
he did remember.
he remembered. So he's like, oh, right. Do you have any hats? Like wide brim hats?
Of course we do. We have a fine wide selection. She opens a set of doors, and you can see stack maybe 20 or 30 hats, all very similar. They seem to be a wide. What was the one? They seem to be different between bowlers and wide brim sun hats, but I'd say only maybe about 5 or 6 inches on the wide brim.
He picks out a sun hat that is leather.
Okay.
Leather sun hat. And he also picks out one vial spritzer of the
Breeze of breath.
Breeze of Brel, and he says he hands her the requisite amount of platinum now that he doesn't have to pay, and they have that extra money, so he'll hand her all that stuff.
Are you paying for everything?
Yes.
All right. Just one moment, please.
Yeah, I want to know how much my dress costed.
You can see her behind the desk, moving some numbers around on an abacus, or moving some things around on an abacus, and she says, "Well, with your previous order still on, the total's going to come to about 115 gold."
chump change.
Yeah, compared to what we've got coming. Yeah, so he'll kind of dole it out, and out of the sack, he'll just kind of make it. He's trying to give her as little coins as possible, so that
Yep.
she doesn't have to.
You still have 10 platinum, for
Yeah.
sure. I think you only gave 2 platinum away.
Yeah, exactly. And so he hands her that. Thank you. Appreciate that.
She looks at it and she thinks it. She gestures at, looks at the door almost in memory of looking for Ravum. She doesn't think much of it more than that. And she says, "Well, thank you very much." She goes and she puts the coins in her chest behind there. She says, "If there's anything else you need."
No, that should be everything. And out of game, how many uses does that Badajdrows have? Since it's like a sprayer vial kind of thingy.
Most perfume lasts
And how long does it last?
a while. If it's good quality.
Oh, there you go. That's not bad.
37 gold each.
That's actually, I rolled 100%.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm going to say you had 10 uses. I was going to give a use per 10% per 10 percentile. So you got 10 uses of it, and it is you will roll a d6 for how many hours it lasts when you apply it. And if you apply it too much, there might be repercussions.
Okay.
Woozy.
God.
The old axe.
Yeah.
Oh.
Where the breeze turns into a gust.
Oh.
And that's just advantage on charisma checks.
To do with persuasion. To do with persuasion. And just persuasion. Maybe deception too.
Deception?
Yeah, deception too. Yeah.
But not angry forms of.
Yeah, no intimidation. You can't smell nice and be intimidating.
That's right.
Of course you can.
I mean,
Yeah, but the
That's
smell,
more of
but
a-
the smelling nice doesn't make you more intimidating.
that'd be more of like a looks thing, I would think. You know, because if you look intimidating and you smell nice, it's like, well, they mean business. You know, but with a charisma of 13, it's like
He's a well-scented thug.
yeah, well, he's cut from a finely smelling cloth. But anyway, they would leave, and I'm gonna roll sleight of hand to see if he can kind of place the hat on Frank's head as they leave the shop.
Okay.
It's like a
Or
little.
would that be an attack?
Well, I'm gonna see something. Okay. It's on the high end. Frank is leaning up against the wall on the outside of the shop.
19.
19. That far surpasses his AC, plus whatever bonuses to dexterity you have.
That was for my sleight of hand check. If it was an attack, it would have been 21.
Yeah, then yes.
So he just
You can. Frank reacts, kind of ducks down, but it's too late. You firmly planted on his hand. He reaches up and he touches it. God damn it! He takes it off and looks at it. And he's like, "Oh, well, that's pretty sharp."
think you look fine in it.
Kind of takes the bandana off and slides this one on, and
Perhaps slides the bandana around his neck.
kind of ties the bandana around his neck. He kind of looks at himself in the window. There's kind of a bit of a glare, and he says, "Well, I think I might owe you a thank you. Thank you, Earilon."
Welcome, Frank.
He touches the hat and kind of puts his finger around the rim of it like that. And he's a little bit of shape, though. I'll have to work on that.
Yeah. It'll break in eventually. It is new.
And you can hear this loud grumble as he touches his stomach, and he says, "You know, maybe we should head back. I'm kind of hungry."
Speaking of stomachs, does he notice Geillis when she comes out?
That's right.
Oh.
You come out last. You come out
Yeah.
last, and he's just all
With the
over this hat and everything, and he kind of looks over at you, and I don't think Frank has any clue.
No, I don't think he had any.
Maybe a
clue.
smidge, but it's not enough.
Perception.
And it's as
Maybe?
no, he's going to see. He's going to see, but before it was not enough
Yeah.
for him to get. As he kind of looks, and there's a pause, and he says, "There's a double take," and he says, "Geillis?"
Yeah, I got him dressed. What do you think? She's clearly like trying to.
"Oh, it looks great."
Thank you.
Just kind of looks again and nods his head and goes
Something
back to
else
the
you'd
card.
like to say, Frank?
No, nothing.
Earilon's behind Geillis, and he looks at Frank and just nods at him.
He looks behind you, looks at you again.
I turn back and look at Earilon.
Roll perception. See if you
I,
catch it.
I rolled an at one on my stealth. You're going to catch it.
Yeah, 16 plus
So
whatever.
as you look around, Earilon's just
And then I...
you reach for the hurdy-gurdy.
Scowl at Earilon a bit and look back at Frank. Let's go home for supper.
All right. So as you guys make your way home, you guys now that you guys approach one of the elevators, as you go in, it's a different person, a different creature now. It's a dwarf looking at you, and he says, "Where are you going?"
To the Gretsch mine, that level.
To the Gretsch mine.
Down.
Down.
We're on one. We're supposed to be on. We're down. We're one level.
Down
below
like
our
sub
first-
level.
Oh, you guys are already on. You already went to the. Okay, that would have happened when you got in the elevator to come down to the first district,
Yeah.
and you flash that.
Yeah. Oh wait, we need to sell them other items. Crap.
Can we just say we did that?
Yeah, for sure. They're all
Yeah, that's fine.
ridiculous items anyway.
Yeah.
I'll
We'll figure that
give you
out.
a
Perhaps
roll.
take the blue salt back.
Roll persuasion. Are you gonna?
Or you want me to handle the selling?
You
Maybe.
could've-
Or I can give you advantage.
If you guys are together,
you-
roll with advantage.
Yeah, you with advantage. Yeah.
I have no knowledge in these things, so.
Well, that is a dirty 20.
Could you sell everything?
We would sell. I think
Everything but the salt.
I got the list, and one sec here. I'll tell you what we sold because I crossed off what's back at base and not being given out.
Here you go.
I would say. You got-
Earilon understands now why Geillis wanted the turmeric. Or the ginger.
Yeah, true.
Or the stomach.
And you're selling the staff of the python?
Staff of Python, animal figurines, the bracelets, brass and jade mug, 8 gems at 50 gold, and the art,
Okay,
and the
perfect.
minerals.
Yeah, those ones too. Okay, good. So, you
Minus
bring all
the
this stuff to Girthens or Daggins?
Girthens.
Okay, you bring it all to Girthens. And, let's see. And your persuasion was?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
20, thank you. So, mark down 2,500 gold.
I
And
guess our dresses are covered.
Oh yeah, big time.
sorry, I forgot the one thing. Mark down 3,000 gold. Sorry, I forgot to add that to the number. And he does mention that this set of. Oh, you got this set of gems here. There seems to be 11 out of 12. If you got the 12 one, it's missing a diamond.
Diamond.
But if you find that, I can give you a much better price on this collection. With what it is now, it's just the worth of the elements that are there. I can give you about 100 gold for them. But if you get that diamond and fit it back in that slot, I can give you maybe 600 gold for it.
Would you hold on to it for the time being in case we get it? Just so you have it
Didn't we get that from the...
in a safe place?
I suppose I could. Are you? Do you think you could find it?
I think I could find it. We can definitely find it. We can do anything.
I can hold on to it for sure. I can't give you. I tell you what. I'll give you the 100 gold for it, and if you come back with the diamond within 2 weeks, I'll give you an extra 500 gold.
Maybe take 4 weeks, maybe? Just because it is winter time?
Well, it's winter out there. It's not winter under here.
You found it out there.
You found it out. You got to leave the shares. You're not. You're going to be
For a
gone for a
diamond.
while then.
For a diamond.
Better that you hold on to it then.
Gotcha. Yep. So 2,900 gold?
Yes. Yes. And he shells it over. Most of it's in platinum and a little bits in gold. Then he gives you also a slip of paper with his name on it. And he says, "This here, you take it to the bank, the Sharon Capital Bank, or any money changer for that matter. But I would go to the Sharon Capital Bank to get your money's worth. It's a piece of paper, a slip for 1,000 gold.
Okay.
So he gave you 1,500 in gold that he had on hand, and 1,000 gold he can get from the bank on his word.
Okay. And the rest of the 400? Is that just lumped in with the
Did I say
1,500?
15?
Yeah, you said
Sorry, the rest of it.
Yeah.
My apologies.
1,900 and 1,900 flat and a writ. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
money order?
Yep. Money
Exactly.
Cool.
Okay, good.
That's settled.
Gear is gone. It's all sold. Thankful. Okay, I've been waiting 4 episodes to get rid of that.
Yep. Got it right out of
So
the
now I can forget about it. Thank you.
nipped in the bud. Nice. So that's really nice.
Okay, then
Altogether we have
you
4.
guys begin to head home. You hit the tram, and the cart's like empty now, except for a bag of salt.
Oh yeah, we didn't do anything with
Yeah,
that.
I think we
we'll
should
do
hang
that.
on to that.
Yeah, we'll do that later, man. Whatever. No big deal.
We'll go home and
You
have some.
guys get in the tram. As you're getting on the tram, I'll get you roll perception, everybody.
Sure. 15.
11.
11, 15,
No, wait.
21.
21. All right, with the 21, you can see as you guys get on the tram, Frank is sitting on the tram. He's looking ahead at someone sitting on one of the front carts, and he's just kind of looking at her. And he's not really saying anything, but he's got this puzzled look on his face. You guys don't see it.
But I see it.
Yeah.
I'll lean over and say, Frank, is everything okay?
Well, I think I've seen that woman before. I think that was the woman with Geillis. I think that was the woman with Nani.
Why don't you ask her if she knows Nani?
Well, I guess. Hey! Hey! You! Red! She turns around and looks and is like, yeah, that's her. That's the one that went off with Nani. And
I'm gonna just stand up and try to jitter across the thing while it's moving without.
you do a couple
the
seat hops and
Yeah.
get up there and
I say, excuse my friend, but he seems to think you might know one of our other friends, Nani.
Nani? Yes. Are you I'm looking for Earilon?
That's Earilon. I'm Geillis.
Earilon? I'm Earilon.
Has she come back?
We haven't seen her. We thought she was with you.
She was. I took her to my we're going to celebrate we're going to celebrate Haldera together. But she went on an errand and she hasn't come back. I figured she came home, back to the manse she spoke of.
No.
So I was going down to see if she'd returned yet. Said she had to pick something up.
She
Well,
wasn't here.
perhaps she's at the manse now.
Yeah, no, we were out all day. We were running errands and went to the college, all
But
kinds
she
of
didn't
stuff.
return last
With
night.
luck that I found you here. Oh, good. I'd be glad to see her again. I'm quite worried.
As are we.
Yeah, no, she's so she was with you and she just left?
She said she had to get some errands. I'm not in the ways of some of these folk that live here. I'm, to be honest, fairly poor. And when Nani came around, she brought joy into my life. She's my stepmother.
Oh, very nice.
Stepmother.
She looks around. I don't want to get into it here on the tram, but I'd much rather find her. I'm quite worried. It's been about a day since she's gone missing.
Well,
How long it had been, or I look at her and it's like, because we got probably a little ways further on the tram, right?
Yeah.
To get back. And I say, other than now, how long has it been since you'd last seen her? Like before we came back to the Shears?
50 years.
50.
I was just a child.
And she left you.
She had her reasons. But that's not my story to tell.
Nani seems to do everything for a reason. That woman is.
But Nani loves children. Geillis just kind of says that under her breath and just.
And the tram comes to a stop. You guys hop off and begin walking towards the mine.
Earilon flicks Frank's hat as he walks by. Looks good on you.
Hey, don't touch my hat.
Growing attached to it already.
I can't say it doesn't look good.
Most would agree.
Oh, he says. And you guys make it back to the manse. And inside the manse, you can see that Tanith is there. And Ornell. Tanith is, you can see him grabbing his neck, and Ornell just sitting down. He's got this big plate of food in front of him. You can see him sit down. Ugh. I hate running through that city.
Oh, you're out all day?
Well, I had to take him up to the top so he can get that neck looked at. I ain't gonna have my friend running around with that kind of scar.
He looks at Tanith keeping his distance. Does he see the... Is it
The scar's gone. all of his scales have been, looks like they've been regrown. They look really fresh, nice, slick, shiny scales.
Bright and
And he's
colorful.
kind of rubbing them, and he's like, Then he says, Ornell says, the doc told him not to. The doctor told him not to speak. Said it would ruin something. So he's going to stay quiet for the next little while. I don't know how he's going to do that when he sleeps, though.
Well, suppose that's just the way it goes. Surprised, that looks like very advanced sort of healing magic to repair something of that
Well,
magnitude.
the crew take care of their own. We
Or
have our own special magicians there, too.
it's very nice.
And you can see that he's wearing a different set of extremely fine and detailed clothing. Slight shade of blue this time, but really dark blue. As the other woman walks in with you, and he catches her view, and he's like, "Oh my, who's that?"
That's Geillis.
No, the one with the red hair.
Oh, I didn't actually catch it. What was your name? I didn't catch your name. Frank said red.
I have red hair too, technically. Just saying.
No?
It's the deep mahogany, actually.
Mahogany.
It's funny though, because that was what I had originally written down was deep mahogany, and then mahogany became a joke.
He walks straight over out of the bunch and reaches out his hand to grab hers, and she reaches out and he says, "My name is Ornell Steelfoot." And she responds, she says, "My name is Gaelwyn Stonewell. Very nice to meet you." Roll perception, everybody.
12.
12, 23,
13.
13, 15 and up can see that there's a moment between these two.
Oh?
You guys just see two dwarves greeting each other. And he takes her hand and kind of leads her over to the chair and says, "Why don't you sit down? It's a hell of a trip from up there."
No,
And
I'm the very pregnant woman standing at the
He
door.
didn't even see you
That's
over
perfect. We need a Tanith reaction to that anyway, because he has no fucking idea. No idea
I
whatsoever.
can't wait to see what he has to
Yeah.
say.
It's gonna be beautiful.
Earilon crosses his arms and kind of nods his head towards Geillis and Cereza and says in Elven, "Looks like that he fancies her."
Mm. I
I
haven't
don't
seen
know.
someone look like.
Haven't written down what languages he knows. He doesn't know Elven. I'll say it now.
I say to Erilon, I haven't seen someone look at someone else like that in a very long time.
At that moment, the kitchen door opens,
Uh-oh.
and a dragonborn come out with food. The same pile of food that Ornell was eating, and it's.
We need to see if Nani came back too.
You don't see her.
Oh no, have you seen Nani by chance?
I haven't. We just got back.
So we're in the same boat then. No,
I'm gonna head upstairs and look for her.
All right. You look upstairs. They don't seem to see anybody. You can see the two sons of Gretch come down, and they say to you, "Oh, are you going to come down for food? That dragonborn woman makes a mean stew."
That she does. I'll follow them back down.
Okay. Hey, you didn't see her up there. Just a lot of empty rooms, though.
Earilon passes them on the stairs and goes to Ravim and hands him the rest of the change from the stuff.
The door opens. He takes. How much change did you give him? Or did you spend it all? Or
Only 8. I only spent 2.
oh, okay,
So-
there you go.
I guess he'd be satisfied with
Yeah,
that.
he looks at it and
Getting
Because he
better.
spent the money out of the other stuff.
That's what Earilon says. He's like, getting better. He winks.
he nods and shuts the door. You go back down. There's this few bowls of stew sitting out now, and it's smelling. It's got these huge chunks of meat in it. I keep rolling 18s with this woman. Seriously, it's the 4th 18 she's rolled for cooking.
Nobody can come close to Nani.
It's got to hit that 20 mark.
Nothing can compare to Nani. I will just never say that out loud.
So, like, yeah. So,
Can I roll with disadvantage to see how Geillis is doing with food these days? Maybe.
Sure.
Maybe some aversions coming up to meat or other things as well.
You technically
Oh,
be
I see what you mean.
first trimester, wouldn't you?
Kind of into the second, sort of. I don't know how that works.
2
with
years?
this.
A 2-year term, 37 weeks in.
Yeah, that's almost 2. That's gotta be almost in the second.
No,
52.
52 weeks in a year.
So-
Yeah, you're about a third of the way. A little over a third.
Yeah, the things would be maybe. I don't know how it works for
As
elves.
these Dragonborn come out and put stew on the table, one of them puts the stew in front of you, Geillis, and
That's a
they
thing.
look. And they look you up and down, and
Suddenly she became a whole other person.
yeah. And then you can see that one specifically drops the bowl, or not drops it, puts it on the table, and she still has a bowl in her other hand, and she goes back into the kitchen.
Yeah, and it was a 3 with disadvantage.
Okay, so everything looks good right now.
Yeah.
Everything looks good right
Okay. Until she tastes it.
now. Awesome. And you guys begin to eat the stew. There's a particular vegetable, you're not quite, there's such a melange in this soup. There's something in it that's not tasting right. Just something, a little off. Everybody else seems to be enjoying it thoroughly though.
And I look at
Not
Earilon
really Earilon.
sitting beside me and I'm like, does this taste weird to you?
You're not eating it, Earilon.
But
It's got
I
me
guess
in
I
it.
realized after a moment
okay,
he's
gotcha.
not eating it. Okay,
Gotcha,
never
sorry.
mind.
Well, he has a bowl in front of him there because they would just set him down, right?
Yeah.
So
I'd be like, just
You just-
try that orange vegetable. See if that tastes weird to you.
he shakes his head and he nods and takes a bite of it.
It tastes like a beautifully picked carrot just at the right time.
That just tastes like a normal carrot to me.
Oh, it tastes weird.
Good quality carrot though. Tastes weird to you? Perhaps it's he just gestures to his belly with a really, really quick pat under the table.
Oh.
Here's
You
Billy.
pat mine? Oh, you pat yours.
Perhaps it's this is obvious.
They're having a moment at the table.
Perhaps it's
You guys eat the stew. It's still good, except for the odd carrot you get. Maybe you'll leave
Kind
the
of leaves
carrots
it
in your
behind.
bowl.
Yeah.
he'll eat your carrots.
Okay, sure.
Just take them out for you.
That's love.
Something in there.
Earilon does take out his tea set, and he does brew a little bit of his green tea to have with the meal.
Oh, by the way, I brewed that tea you told me to.
Oh, you did?
Mm-hmm. But now I don't know what to do with it.
Okay, well, let's see. After I finish this little cup, I might be able to do something with that. Let's see. So Earilon will finish
Would we
this.
maybe sneak away upstairs because this tea is kind of forbidden?
Well, I don't know if anybody else would know about it, because nobody here's like a guard.
Yeah,
Nobody's
maybe I
really-
wouldn't really care.
I mean, the Dragonborn might know something, but they seem to be servants for the most part. So you guys get upstairs, you get the tea.
Yep.
You bring it back down, or where are you doing this?
Oh, right, you didn't brew it yet. You,
I would say that you
Probably
took care of
been
that.
took
by
care of
now,
it?
yeah.
Yeah, so yeah.
But I left it in my room.
We'll kind of just, we'll set up kind of near where everybody's eating, just to kind of
Okay.
hide in plain sight, that kind of thing.
Yep, sounds good.
So they're not really taking too much care to do anything about it.
You begin brewing this tea, and this, once it starts to really steep, this very strong citrusy scent begins to fill the room. Much stronger than your tea or regular tea. It seems incredibly pungent, but it's nice. It's fruity and citrusy and light.
He wafts some of the scent into his nose. Wow, that's very, very
Roll.
powerful.
Perception.
18.
18. This has got a
20.
lot of
Oh.
hints. Yeah, a lot of hints from Goldleaf, from yours, from Gold Petal. Sorry. It's very, very similar,
Since the two brews are out,
but it's just much stronger.
this is almost like mine, but just magnitude stronger. Here, he holds up a cup of his own tea. This is my family's tea. Just smell this. And you would. This is being done like out in the open, so you would
You
know.
were like, what the fuck are they smelling the tea
Yeah,
for?
yeah. So you probably might be curious. I don't know. So this is my family's heritage tea. Just smell this.
What do I think of the smell?
It's his tea is a very, very fine blend.
Okay.
And
Very nice.
yeah, it smells similar. Or your perception was 20.
Yeah, 23.
Yeah, it's very, very, very close. But the one you got from the ravine from our RML, way stronger. But it's got the same hints.
Is it the same color?
I would say no. I would say
Is mine
Earilon's
pink?
is more of a green,
Yeah, more of a.
and yours has a little bit more color to it. A little more pink
Pink
and
color.
orange hues.
Yeah, he ushers Cereza over. Come here, come here, come here.
The scent is beautiful, Cereza. Beautiful.
You're in
Okay.
our inner circle now. Get over here.
Okay. Bug him over with my stew.
Here, he holds up both the glasses or cups. Here, just smell these or taste them. I don't care. But
I find a place to put the
I'm
bowl.
always gonna think of that snake for the druid when you're role playing.
So I find a place for the bowl of stew, and then I take the
first one.
First one.
This is my family's heritage tea. Just smell that, taste it. It's green. It's like a really nice green tea. It's
Okay.
think more like Japanese green tea if you ever had that. Not matcha, but seaweed. Think of that.
Think of nastiness. Just think of grass. If you chewed on grass, that's what green tea tastes like.
Except that you like it.
I don't like green tea, you can't tell.
And now this.
Do you smell? Smells similar. Low perception.
17.
It's definitely the same. It's got the same, the same kind of blend. It's the same smells, except the one that has the pink orangish hues is incredibly stronger. Like from what you smell of this, Earilon's tea only has hints of.
Okay. It's like
Not
either.
degraded anyway.
No, it's like the first one is like an offshoot of the same sort of plant. Like,
So
like
strange.
Well, is someone
this
gonna
one is
try it?
this one is so much more potent.
Yeah, I know.
And this one here, it's like it's been mixed with something else. This one seems more like
It's not a purebred.
pure.
It's a mutt, and this is a purebred. Kind of like Earilon and Geillis.
For lack of a better term.
Earilon's eyes kind of dart back and forth, and he takes a sip of the stronger tea.
You don't know what it is?
It's just instinct for
It
him.
is delicious. The hints of citrus and fruit, almost like drinking a flower.
Wow. It's like orange blossom flowers, and he leans back in his chair. That's marvelous.
Geillis takes the cup. She can't believe it tastes this good. She takes a sip.
You all, did you pour cups for everybody?
Yeah.
Okay,
course.
so you have a cup. Cereza?
Sure.
You
Okay.
try the wacky tobacco you
Congratulations, we are all now addicted to meat.
So, at the same time, Ornell and Gaelwyn are in conversation. They seem to be talking about their past, their history amongst the Shears. And out of the group, Tanith is the only other one he has history with, so this is somebody you need to talk to. And they're with it. Tanith is there, kind of looks over, picks up one of the cups and just one and done. Bang!
shots it back.
And as you guys are sipping your tea and just, watching him, he kind of looks around, he says, and he sits down in one of the chairs and just kind of sits back. And then you guys begin to drink your tea, and you guys eventually finish your drinks, and then you see Tanith kind of nod off. And then Earilon, you nod off. And Geillis, you nod off. And Cereza, you nod off.
Are we gonna take a psychic dream walk together? Has anybody seen
Cereza.
9 Perfect Strangers? Good show.
Cereza,
Why did you drag me into this?
you
funsies.
Okay.
I don't understand that one more careful. It's just strange dream.
Don't
You-
put it in your mouth.
I trusted the damn elf.
You look around this open field, this flat, somewhat hilly field of green and short stunted trees. You can see
Sorry.
bodies, dirt, rocks flying in the air, explosions off in the distance. You can see people in front of you slashing swords at each other. The dwarves are fighting elves. You are from a perspective of a dwarf, looking at it. And then you can look up in the sky. Far up in the sky, it's cloud. The clouds are billowing, but it's all billowing in white. You can see these bright flashes of green and blue and red lighting up the sky. And then there's this great boom and this slam of force that knocks everybody to the ground. All the elves, all the dwarves are knocked to the ground. Weapons fly out of their hands. Helmets fly off their heads. As this great boom echoes through the countryside, and you guys, everybody looks up as you're all on your backs staring up, and you can see the white clouds and this darkness in the middle of them growing, this blackness growing and growing and growing to this large round shape, and then the shape begins to have appendages, it looks, maybe an arm or a leg, and then the clouds burst out of the way, and there's this massive humanoid body falling to the ground. It hits the ground, smash, earth erupts all around it, throwing rock in the sky. All your bodies are vaporized, but you can still see, you're still there, you're still looking on. There's this great body of this man landing on the ground, taking up the entire battlefield on both sides of the line. And the force of his crash into the ground drives a huge rivet into the earth itself. This black shadow begins to form as he goes deeper and deeper under the ground, as the ground shakes and trembles. Then you can see in this out-of-body vision, the ground and the world compress up into mountains. 4 or 5 massive peaks begin to shoot out of the ground and condense into this massive mountain, and beside it there's this massive crevice of darkness that inches across the entire world.
What the fuck was in that thing?
Geillis, you hear a shrill scream as you throw open your door and run down the stairs. This is what you see. At the bottom of these stairs, you look through the archway leading out to the lobby where it leads down these great set of stairs all the way down to a main of doors. As you look down at the doors, they explode into fire and lightning. They explode apart. They swing all the way in. One gets knocked off completely and turned upside down. You can see faces, dark faces and white hair and dark beating red eyes. As they come in, they slash and stab at the guards on duty and they kill them. They look up and 20 to 40 of these dark-skinned, white-haired elves, they have pointy ears, rush into the house. One of them points up the stairs, pointing at you, and a bunch of them peel off and begin to come up the stairs, running after you. You move back deeper into the house as they reach the stairs. As you do this, you can see an elderly woman, white skin, pale skin, another elf. She's coming down the stairs, looking at you in question. As she gets to the bottom and meets these drow elves, one of them stabs her in the belly with a knife. You can hear in your mind, you can hear this shrilling voice, and it says, "Run! Get away!" She's looking at you. And then from her hand leaps a lightning bolt, frying 2 of them, turning them into dust. Another one slashes at her back and she falls to her knees. Her other hand she lifts up and she launches another lightning bolt, hitting 2 more. She looks back at you and as you haven't ran yet. And she says, "Run now!" You begin to run. You can hear one more bolt of electricity fly out and hitting something, another explosion, then you can hear another scream. As you look back, the woman has a sword right through her chest, and she falls to the ground dead. You don't leave the house. You run and you hide in the darkness somewhere, as you can see these drow running through the house, smashing in doors, killing and burning. The fire's beginning to catch on the house, and then you can see from your hidden spot, a group of elves, the drow, come from the upstairs, and they're holding 2 sacks. And there's this feeling, words come out of your mouth, but you're not saying them. You're just there seeing it, and it says, no, not my brothers. And then it's gone. Earilon,
Aye.
you see the landscape of the sea. You are standing on deck of this very elaborate and fancy ship floating in the sea. You have your arm around a dwarven woman as you walk this ship back and forth. Everything seems peaceful. As you walk down into the belly of the ship, you nod to the captain, who is an elf, and several of the other ship hands are also elven. You go through even more elves walking around, carrying food, carrying equipment, and you pass off into a room. As you go into this room, the female dwarf enters first, and then you enter. And as you close the door, you notice that there's a reflection in a mirror on the door as it's closed. Strangely familiar. Strangely familiar. Roll perception for me.
Sure. 12
12 total?
total.
Well, DC 10, because you're so familiar with this visage. It's your grandfather.
Oh my. Sindalen, right? I'm pretty sure. Sindalen?
And as you turn from the mirror to look at this dwarven woman, she seems to be sprawled out upon this bed. And you begin to walk towards her, step after step after step.
Jeez.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to say Frank partook as well.
Did he?
Oh,
Yes, he did.
Can we,
Partook
do
as
we get
well.
to hear Frank's too?
No,
because you can tell us about it.
that's right. And that is where we're going to end the night.
Oh my. Wow. That's fucking cool.
Thank you for watching the Death Needs Dialogue Entertainment Network. This has been The Depths of Fel'Than, Episode 13. 3 elves walk into a bar.